Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Naruto was isekai'd to Konosuba world as an overpowered ninja with a goddess harem. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. The seventh gets a second shot. Naruto's hand went through the enemy's chest at the exact moment the blade went through his. Weird. That was his first thought. Not pain, not fear, just weird. He'd been stabbed before, plenty of times. Shrugged it off with Kurama's healing like it was nothing. But this blade was different. Ancient. Designed specifically to kill Jinchuriki by severing the connection between host and beast. Naruto. Sasuke's voice, somewhere far away, sounded younger than it should. Sounded scared. The enemy, some resurrection of Kagaya's will, because of course it was. These things never stayed dead, crumbled to dust around his arm. Naruto pulled back, stumbled. His legs weren't working right. Kit. Kurama's voice echoed in his mindscape, but it was fading, like someone turning down the volume on a radio. Kit, the seal is... I know. Naruto coughed. Blood. That was new. Well, not new, but it had been decades since he'd tasted his own blood. Hey, furball. It's been a good run, yeah. Don't you dare get sentimental on me now, you idiot. Heh. Naruto dropped to his knees. The battlefield around him was silent. The enemy was gone. The village behind him, Konoha, his village, the place he'd sworn to protect, was safe. His kids were safe. Hinata was safe. That was enough. That had to be enough. Take care of the next one, alright? Whoever gets you next, don't be too hard on them. There won't be a next one. The seal is collapsing. When you die, then we go together. Naruto smiled. Blood on his teeth. Told you that you weren't alone anymore. Meant it. Kurama didn't respond. Couldn't respond. The connection was gone. Naruto Uzumaki, 7th Hokage of Konohagakure, the child of prophecy, the hero of the 4th Great Ninja War, died on a Tuesday afternoon with the sun on his face and his village standing tall behind him. And then he opened his eyes. Welcome, mortal, to the celestial. Where am I? The woman in front of him blinked. She was pretty in an over-the-top kind of way. Blue hair that defied gravity, an outfit that defied physics, and an expression that said she absolutely was not used to being interrupted. I said. She tried again, drawing herself up with exaggerated dignity. Welcome to the celestial realm between. Yeah, I heard you. Where am I? Will you let me finish my speech? Naruto looked around. White void. Nothing in any direction. Just him and this loud woman with the fancy clothes. He looked down at himself. Orange and black jacket, but no wounds. No blood. Felt younger, too. Stronger. Like he was in his 20s again instead of his late 50s. Okay, he said, turning back to the woman. Go ahead. She huffed, flipping her hair. As I was saying before you so rudely interrupted. Twice. Welcome to the celestial realm between life and death. I am the goddess Aqua, and I'm here to offer you an amazing opportunity. A goddess. Naruto squinted at her. She definitely had divine chakra. Wait, not chakra. Something else. Similar but different. Ha! You're actually telling the truth. Of course I'm telling the truth. I'm a goddess. We don't lie. Aha! We don't. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Old habit. So what's this opportunity? Reincarnation? Heaven? Some kind of judgment thing? Because I gotta say, I've already dealt with one death god and it wasn't great. Aqua's eye twitched. This was clearly not going according to whatever script she had planned. You died heroically in battle, so you've been given a special privilege. Rather than going to heaven to live a boring, peaceful existence. Heaven sounds nice. You can be reincarnated in a wonderful fantasy world. A world threatened by a terrible demon king. She struck a pose clearly practiced. You'll be given a single cheat ability or item to help you defeat the demon king and bring peace to the realm. And when you succeed, you can even become a god yourself. Naruto stared at her for a long moment. Let me get this straight, he said slowly. You want me to fight another war. Well, when you put it like that, after I just died fighting a war. It's not really a war, more like against some kind of demon threat. The Demon King is, and I'm supposed to be grateful for this? Aqua's mouth opened and closed. Most people are excited about this. Most people are idiots. Hey! Naruto sighed, running a hand through his hair. Younger body meant his hair was back to the spiky mess it used to be. Look, lady. Goddess. Goddess, whatever. I just spent my entire life fighting. For recognition. For peace. For my village. For my family. And I finally succeeded. Everything I ever wanted, I got. My kids are grown. My wife is taken care of. The village is strong. I was ready to rest. Something shifted in Aqua's expression. Just for a second. Like she actually understood. Then it was gone. Replaced by her haughty attitude. Well, too bad. You can't go to heaven anyway. What? Why not? Because. She pointed at him dramatically. You have that weird demon thing inside you. Heaven's wards would freak out and it would be a whole mess and I'd have to do paperwork. Naruto went still. Kurama. Whatever it's called. The big chakra monster. Is still attached to your soul somehow. Probably because you two were so annoyingly close. So heaven is off the table, and the only option is reincarnation. His partner, Kurama, was still with him. Naruto closed his eyes, reaching inward. And there it was, a familiar warmth, dormant but present. The fox was sleeping, recovering, but alive. All right, Naruto said. Aqua perked up. Really? Sure. Send me to your fantasy world. Excellent. Now, let's pick your cheat item. We have holy swords, legendary armor, powerful magic grimoires. Don't need incredible stat boosters, unique skills that... Wait, what? Naruto cracked his neck. I said I don't need them. I've got my own abilities. They'll work in this new world, right? Technically yes, but... Aqua's eyes went wide. Hold on. What exactly are your abilities? Oh, Naruto shrugged. Basic stuff. Super strength. Super speed. Walking on walls and water. Making a few thousand copies of myself. A couple different power-ups. Some energy attacks. Oh, and Kurama. Can't forget Kurama. Aqua's face had gone pale. A few thousand copies? Give or take. My record is like 10,000. But that was kind of overkill. Energy attacks? Yeah, like my Raisin Shuriken. It's the spinning ball of wind chakra that shreds things at a cellular level. Pretty useful against big targets. Cellular level? And then there's Sage Mode. And Six Paths Sage Mode. And the truth-seeking balls, though I haven't used those in a while. And... Stop. Aqua held up her hands, looking genuinely distressed. You're telling me you already have abilities equivalent to multiple cheat items combined? I guess? I don't know what your cheat items do. You can make 10,000 clones of yourself. Yeah. And each clone can use your other abilities? Well, yeah. That's kind of the point. Aqua sat down heavily on nothing. Apparently goddesses could do that, and put her face in her hands. This isn't fair. This isn't fair at all. I send adventurer after adventurer to that world, and they all die or give up or become shut-ins. And now I get someone who's already overpowered and doesn't even need my help. Sounds like you've been sending the wrong people. I send whoever dies. I don't get to choose. Naruto watched her for a moment. Beneath all the theatrics and the attitude, she looked genuinely upset. Not at him exactly. More like at the situation. At her job. At something deeper. Hey, he said, softening his voice. It's not your fault if they fail. Aqua's head snapped up. What? The people you send. If they die or give up or whatever, that's on them, not you. You gave them a chance. What they did with it was their choice. She stared at him like he'd grown a second head. That's not. You can't just. My name's Naruto, by the way. Naruto Uzumaki. Former Hokage. He grinned. That same stupid grin that had disarmed enemies and won over allies for decades. Nice to meet you, goddess lady. Aqua. she said automatically. My name is Aqua. Aqua. Got it. He extended his hand. So, ready to send me off? She looked at his hand like it was a foreign object. Then slowly she took it. Her skin was cool, divine, but her grip was uncertain. You're really not going to ask for anything? She said. No weapons? No special powers? Nothing at all. I told you, I've got everything I need. Naruto squeezed her hand once, then let go. Besides, what kind of Hokage would I be if I couldn't handle a demon king on my own? You're not a Hokage anymore. You're dead. Details. Aqua stood up, smoothing her outfit. The haughty expression was back, but it seemed less genuine now. More like armor. Fine. Have it your way. I'll send you to the town of Axel in the kingdom of Belzerg. It's a beginner area, so even an arrogant fool like you should be able to. Actually, Naruto interrupted. I've got one more question. What now? Do you enjoy this job? The whole sending people to another world thing. Aqua froze. It was a small thing, barely noticeable, but Naruto had spent decades reading people. The question had hit something. That's none of your business, she said finally. Probably not. Just curious. He rolled his shoulders, feeling his chakra. His full chakra, 6 paths and all, settling into this younger body. All right, send me off. I'll go kick your demon king's ass and you can get back to whatever it is goddesses do. We receive prayers and bless mortals and maintain the cosmic order. Sounds boring. It is not. She cut herself off, taking a deep breath. You know what? Fine. You'll see. That world is harder than you think. Even someone like you will struggle. Maybe. Naruto smiled. But I've never let that stop me before. Aqua's hands began to glow. The white void around them rippled. Farewell, Naruto Uzumaki, she said, her voice taking on that formal, divine quality again. May your journey be... Wait, what's happening? The glow around her hands was spreading, crawling up her arms. Her eyes went wide with genuine panic. What the... This isn't supposed to... What did you do? Me. I didn't do anything. My divine essence is... It's getting pulled toward... The void collapsed. Naruto hit grass. Actual grass. Soft and green and smelling like spring. He lay there for a moment, staring up at a blue sky with white clouds drifting past. Normal sky. Normal clouds. Nothing like the endless purple dimension where Kaguya had dragged them. Ow! He sat up. His body responded perfectly, young, strong, brimming with power. And there, in the back of his mind, he felt Kurama stirring. Kit! Hey Furball! Welcome back. What? Where are? The fox's presence grew stronger as awareness returned. This isn't the Pure Land. Nope. Apparently we got a second chance. Some goddess sent us to a fantasy world to fight a demon king. Of course she did. My thoughts exactly. Naruto stood, brushing grass off his clothes. He was on a hill overlooking a town. Moderately sized, with stone walls and medieval-looking architecture. People moving through streets, smoke rising from chimneys, carts being pulled by animals that looked like horses but weren't quite. Ha! Cute place. Your standards are low, says the fox who lived in a sewer for 16 years. That was your mindscape, idiot. Details. A groan interrupted their bickering. Naruto turned to find the goddess, Aqua, lying face down in the grass a few feet away. Her elaborate outfit was stained with dirt and grass. Her blue hair was tangled, and she was making a sound like a dying cat. "Nu," she moaned into the ground. This can't be happening. This cannot be happening. Naruto walked over and poked her with his foot. You okay? Do I look okay? She shot upright, mascara running down her face in dramatic streaks. I'm here, in the mortal world, in a physical body. So, not okay. I was dragged here by your soul. Your stupid, overpowered, impossibly dense soul created a vacuum in the dimensional transfer and sucked me in. Naruto considered this. That's never happened before. Of course it hasn't. No one else has ever had enough spiritual energy to accidentally kidnap a goddess. I like this, Kurama commented. I like this very much. Not helping, Furball. Aqua staggered to her feet, looking around wildly. No, 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 no. I have to get back. I have to. She raised her hands, trying to summon that glow from before. Nothing happened. My powers. Where are my... She tried again. The faint flicker, then nothing. They're gone. Probably hard to channel divine energy through a mortal body, Naruto offered. I know that. I can't. She spun on him, jabbing a finger at his chest. This is your fault. You fix this. How exactly am I supposed to fix this? I don't know. Use your stupid, overpowered abilities. To do what? Send you back to heaven? I'm not a god. Exactly. Aqua was pacing now, pulling at her hair. You're just a mortal. A stupidly strong mortal, but still a mortal. You shouldn't have been able to drag me here. This violates at least 17 divine protocols. Naruto watched her spiral for a moment, then sighed. He walked over and put a hand on her shoulder. She flinched, staring at him. Look, he said calmly. I don't know how any of this happened, but panicking isn't going to fix it. You're a goddess, right? Even in a mortal body, you've got to have some kind of power. She looked down at her hands. I can still use some magic. Healing, purification, water manipulation, but my divine authority is limited. I can't return to the celestial realm on my own. So we figure out another way. Is there anyone in this world who could help? Maybe if we defeat the Demon King, the other gods would intervene. They'd have to acknowledge the victory and reward the heroes. Then that's what we do. Naruto squeezed her shoulder. Hey, we've got this. Aqua looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. You're not mad? I was going to send you here alone to fight and die, and you're not mad that I got dragged along. Why would I be mad? Accidents happen. Besides, he grinned. Having a goddess on my team sounds pretty useful, even if you are kind of annoying. I am not annoying. I am dignified and graceful and... You've got grass in your hair. Aqua shrieked, frantically pawing at her head while Naruto laughed. Felt good to laugh. He hadn't done it enough these past few years, with all the weight of being Hokage pressing down on him. Maybe this second chance wouldn't be so bad after all. The town was called Axel. Naruto got that much from the signs posted near the gate, written in a language he somehow understood. Probably some goddess magic making translation automatic. Convenient. The guards at the gate barely glanced at them. Apparently, weird travelers were common enough that a guy in orange and black with a loud woman in goddess cosplay didn't even register as unusual. We need to go to the Adventurers Guild, Aqua said, having somewhat recovered her composure. All heroes who get sent here are supposed to register there. It's where you get quests and party members and funding. Adventurers Guild, Naruto repeated. Sounds like something out of a video game. A what? Never mind. Lead the way. The town was charming in a rustic kind of way. Cobblestone streets, wooden buildings with thatched roofs, shops selling everything from weapons to bread to potions. People bustled about their daily lives, humans and what looked like elves and dwarves and other races all mixed together. I've seen worse, Kurama admitted. At least there's no war going on. Yet, Naruto replied silently. Remember, there's a Demon King. Oh, I remember. Should be fun. The Adventurers Guild was a large building near the center of town, with a sign showing crossed swords over a shield. Inside, it looked like a cross between a tavern and an office. A bar along one wall served drinks to rough-looking adventurers, while boards covered with posted quests lined another wall. A reception desk sat at the back, staffed by a pretty woman with brown hair. Every head turned when they walked in. Naruto was used to attention, but this felt different. Predatory. The adventurers were sizing him up, judging his equipment, calculating his threat level. A few dismissed him immediately. No visible weapons, no armor, just that orange and black outfit. Their mistake. Just stay calm, he murmured to Aqua. Let me handle this. Handle what? We're just registering. A hand landed on Naruto's shoulder. Well, well, look what we have here. The man was big, really big, easily over 6 feet, with muscles on his muscles and a scarred face that had seen too many fights. He wore heavy armor and had a massive axe strapped to his back. Fresh meat. The big guy continued, grinning. And he brought a girlfriend. How cute. Laughter rippled through the guild. The receptionist looked worried but didn't intervene. Want me to? No need, Naruto replied mentally. Out loud, he said. Can I help you? Help me? The big guy laughed. Kid, I'm trying to help you. See, this guild's got rules. Newbies gotta pay respect to the veterans. Call it a registration fee. Ah, Naruto nodded thoughtfully. And this fee is? Everything you've got. Money, valuables, the girl if she's worth anything. Aqua sputtered. Worth anything? I am a goddess, you unwashed. Quiet. Naruto's voice wasn't loud, but something in it made Aqua stop mid-sentence. He turned his full attention to the big adventurer. I'm going to give you one chance to walk away. Take it. The laughter died. The big guy's eyes narrowed. He wasn't stupid. He'd survived this long by reading threats accurately. But his pride wouldn't let him back down in front of his cronies. You've got guts, kid. I'll give you that. He cracked his knuckles. But guts don't mean anything without power to back them up. He swung. To everyone else in the guild, what happened next was impossible to follow. One moment, the veteran adventurer was throwing a punch that had knocked out dozens of rookies. The next moment, he was embedded 3 inches into the guild's stone wall, unconscious. Naruto lowered his hand. He caught the punch, twisted, and thrown. Simple, basic academy stuff. He hadn't even needed chakra. Dead silence. Anyone else want to collect a fee? Naruto asked pleasantly. No one moved. Great. He turned and walked toward the reception desk. Aqua hurrying to catch up. Hi there. We'd like to register as adventurers. The receptionist, her nameplate read Luna, stared at him with wide eyes. That was... Sir Groot is one of our strongest. Didn't feel like it. Registration. Ah, yes. Of course. She scrambled for some forms. Just fill these out and we'll assess your abilities for ranking. Though, after that display, I think we can safely assume. Assume nothing, Naruto said. I'd rather be underestimated. He filled out the form with the basics. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Class, write-in, ninja. Skills, various. Previous experience, extensive. The assessment was done with some kind of magical card that measured statistics. When Naruto held it, the card glowed so brightly that Luna had to shield her eyes. She squinted at the results. That's not possible. These numbers don't even fit on our scale. Your strength, speed, magical power. Everything is just showing as error, overflow. Told you, Naruto said. Show off. You love it. Aqua did her assessment next. Her stats were impressive, extremely high in magical power and a few other categories, but nothing like Naruto's impossible readings. We'll register you both as adventurers, Luna said, still looking shell-shocked. You'll receive your guild cards tomorrow. In the meantime, is there anything else you need? Lodging? Information about the area? Both would be great. Luna directed them to a nearby inn and gave them a basic rundown of Axel and its surroundings. Mostly farmland, with some monster-infested areas to the north. Basic quests available for beginners, tougher stuff for higher-ranked adventurers. One more thing, Naruto said before leaving. What can you tell me about the Demon King? Luna's expression grew serious. The Demon King rules the demon territory to the far east. His generals command armies of monsters that push into human lands. Many adventurers have tried to stop them. Most. She hesitated. Most don't come back. But some do. A few. The truly exceptional ones. She looked at Naruto's card, still showing error. I think you might be one of them. Maybe. Naruto smiled. Thanks for the help. The inn was modest but clean. Naruto paid for 2 rooms, one for him, one for Aqua, with money that had apparently manifested in his pockets during the reincarnation process. Standard starting funds for heroes, according to Aqua. Enough to get established, not enough to live on forever. This bed is terrible, Aqua complained, having followed Naruto to his room despite having her own. Lumpy, hard, nothing like my divine chambers. Then go sleep in your own room. It's the same bed. They're all terrible. Naruto sat on the windowsill, looking out at the town as evening settled in. Lights flickered to life in windows. People headed home after a day's work. Normal, peaceful. You could make it better, right? Aqua said, flopping onto his bed. With your crazy powers. Just make things nicer. Probably. But where's the fun in that? Fun? Who cares about fun? I want comfort. You'll live. She grumbled but didn't leave. After a while she said, that thing you did in the guild. To Sir Groot. What about it? You held back. A lot. Naruto glanced at her. How do you know? I'm a goddess. Even stuck in this body, I can sense power levels. She was staring at the ceiling, voice unusually quiet. If you'd hit him for real, he wouldn't just be unconscious. He'd be paced. Yeah, probably. Why hold back? He was going to rob us. Maybe hurt us. Naruto was quiet for a moment. Then, where I come from, there was a guy named Rock Lee, one of the strongest fighters I ever knew, but he couldn't use any special techniques. Just pure physical ability. So he taught me something. True strength isn't about how hard you can hit. It's about knowing how hard you need to hit. Naruto turned back to the window. That guy in the guild was a bully. He deserved to be humiliated, to learn that there's always someone stronger. He didn't deserve to die for it. Aqua was silent. Besides, Naruto added, killing someone for being a jerk would make me a pretty terrible person. You're strange. I've heard that before. Another long pause. Then Aqua sat up, something shifting in her expression. I'm going to tell you something. About this world. About the heroes I've sent here. Naruto turned to face her. Hundreds of them, she said. Over the years, I've sent hundreds of people with cheat items and special powers to fight the Demon King. Most died. Some gave up. A few even joined the enemy. Her voice was bitter. Everyone treats it like this grand adventure, but it's not. It's a meat grinder. I send them in, and they get chewed up, and I have to do it all again. That bothers you. Of course it bothers me. I'm not. She trailed off, looking away. I'm not heartless. People think goddesses don't care about mortals, but we do. We have to watch. We have to see what happens. And we can't do anything about it because of stupid divine protocols and non-interference clauses and... She was crying. Not the dramatic theatrical tears from before. Real tears, quiet and bitter, rolling down her cheeks. Naruto moved without thinking. One moment he was at the window, the next he was sitting beside her, pulling her into a hug. She stiffened, startled, but didn't pull away. It's not your fault, he said. You said that before. I'll keep saying it until you believe it. It won't help. Maybe not. But I'm gonna do it anyway. She laughed, a wet, broken sound. You really are strange. And you're really not as annoying as you pretend to be. I don't pretend to be. Sure you do. The whole haughty goddess act. This armor, right? Easier to seem like a shallow narcissist than to let people see that you actually care. Aqua went rigid in his arms. I know a thing or two about masks, Naruto continued quietly. Grew up wearing one. The loud, obnoxious kid who never let anything get to him. Took me years to figure out I was allowed to show weakness. Allowed to feel things. That's... You can't just what? See you. He pulled back, meeting her eyes. Too late. Already did. Aqua stared at him. Her makeup was ruined. Her hair was still a mess from earlier. And her divine composure was completely shattered. She looked, for the first time since he'd met her, like a real person instead of a character. I hate you, she said. No, you don't. I do. I hate you and your stupid honest face and your stupid overpowered abilities and your stupid. She gestured vaguely. Everything. Cool. Hate me all you want. Naruto stood, walking back to the window. Doesn't change the fact that we're stuck together now. So we might as well make the best of it. Make the best of... Aqua sputtered. We're trapped in a world full of monsters with a demon king trying to destroy humanity. Yeah, it's going to be great. Great! Think about it. Naruto grinned over his shoulder. For the first time, you're not stuck on the sidelines. You're not watching heroes fail from behind a desk. You're here. You can actually do something. Aqua opened her mouth to argue. Closed it. Opened it again. Huh, she said finally. Yeah. I hadn't thought about it like that. Most people don't. They get so caught up in what they've lost that they forget to look at what they've gained. Naruto turned fully, leaning against the windowsill. So here's the deal, goddess. You help me figure out this world. The magic, the politics, the Demon King's forces, and I'll help you get back to heaven. But I'm not carrying dead weight. You want to be part of this, you've got to pull your weight. I am not dead weight. I'm a goddess. Then prove it. Aqua's eyes narrowed. The tears were gone, replaced by something fiercer, something more real. Fine, she said. You want me to pull my weight? I'll pull my weight. I'll pull so much weight that you'll be begging me to stop. That's the spirit. And when this is over, when we beat the Demon King, you're going to admit that I was essential. Crucial. The MVP of the whole operation. Naruto laughed. Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night. I mean it. I know you do. He pushed off from the windowsill, stretching. Now get some sleep. We've got a big day tomorrow. Doing what? Making a name for ourselves. If we're going to take on a Demon King, we need resources, allies, information. Best way to get all three is to start taking quests and building a reputation. Aqua stood, heading for the door, but she paused at the threshold, looking back. Naruto. Yeah. Thank you for what you said earlier about it not being my fault. I meant it. I know. That's what makes it weird. She shook her head, opening the door. Good night, strange mortal. Good night, annoying goddess. She left, and Naruto was alone with Kurama's presence in the back of his mind. That was smooth, the fox commented. What was? Making her feel better while also recruiting her. Very Hokage. I wasn't recruiting her. I was being honest. Same thing with you. Kurama's voice carried a hint of fondness. So, Demon King, new world, goddess companion. What's the plan? Same plan as always. Naruto looked out at the darkening town, at this strange new world full of magic and monsters and possibility. Get stronger, make friends, save everyone who needs saving. And the Demon King? He'll get his turn, but I'm not rushing it. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that charging straight at the biggest enemy never works out. You literally did that multiple times, and it never worked out. That's what I'm saying. Kurama laughed, a rare, rumbling sound that echoed through their bond. I missed this, the fox admitted. Missed what? Watching you stumble through life. It's entertaining. Gee, thanks. You're welcome. Naruto smiled, settling onto the lumpy bed that Aqua had complained about. It was uncomfortable. He didn't care. He'd slept on worse. Forest floors, rocky caves, Sasuke's shoulder that one time. They never talked about it. Tomorrow he'd start building his new life. Find allies. Learn about this world's power systems. Figure out the Demon King's weakness. But tonight he'd rest. For the first time in decades, Naruto Uzumaki fell asleep without the weight of a village on his shoulders. Felt good. Morning came with screaming. Not the fun kind of screaming like kids playing or festival-goers celebrating. The bad kind. The something is attacking and we're all going to die kind. Naruto was out of bed and through the window before his brain fully processed what was happening. He landed on the street 2 stories below, chakra cushioning the impact, and immediately assessed the situation. A pack of creatures, giant toads weirdly enough, was rampaging through the town square. But these weren't like Gamabunta or the other summoning toads he knew. These were feral, aggressive, and apparently very hungry, given how they were trying to eat everything that moved. Giant toads! Aqua's voice came from above. She'd followed him to the window but hadn't jumped. Those are brutal alligator toads. They're supposed to stay in the wetlands. Guess they didn't get the memo. Naruto cracked his knuckles. How tough are they? Pretty tough. Normal adventurers need a full party to take down one, and there's at least 20 against a town full of civilians and low-level adventurers. Naruto smiled. Stay up there, he told Aqua. I've got this. You can't fight 20 brutal alligator toads alone. Watch me. He moved. To the people of Axel, what happened next would become legend. A man in orange appeared in the middle of the toad swarm, and then there were suddenly 100 of him. Shadow clones, though the locals didn't know to call them that. Just copies. Identical copies that moved with perfect coordination. The toads didn't stand a chance. Each clone hit like a sledgehammer, and there were 100 sledgehammers. Naruto didn't even bother with jutsu, just pure taijutsu, the academy basics that had been drilled into him as a child, now backed by decades of experience and the body of someone in their prime. 30 seconds. That's how long the fight lasted. 30 seconds, and 20 brutal alligator toads were unconscious in the street, stacked in a neat pile because Naruto had gotten bored toward the end and started showing off. The clones dispelled. The real Naruto stood alone in the square, not even breathing hard. Silence. Then, what the hell was that? The adventurers who had been rushing to respond to the emergency skidded to a halt, staring at the carnage. Or rather, the lack of carnage. No destroyed buildings. No casualties. Just a mountain of defeated monsters and one guy stretching like he'd finished a light workout. Morning exercise, Naruto said cheerfully. Anyone know where I can get breakfast? The Adventurers Guild was considerably more respectful when Naruto arrived an hour later. Sir Groot, the veteran who tried to shake him down yesterday, was notably absent. Apparently, he'd woken up, heard about the Toad incident, and immediately left town for an extended quest. No one expected him back. Luna practically teleported to Naruto's side the moment he walked in. Mr. Uzumaki, that was incredible. The witnesses said you created 100 copies of yourself. That's not even a known spell in this world. It's a technique from where I come from. Nothing too special. Nothing too. Luna looked like she might faint. Sir, you single-handedly stopped a monster horde that would have required our entire guild to repel. So do I get a bonus or something? Ah, yes, of course. The town itself will want to reward you, and the guild has a bounty system for monster subjugation and... She trailed off, clearly calculating numbers in her head. You're going to be rich. Cool. I need to buy better food for my team. Your team? You have a team already? Naruto jerked his thumb over his shoulder. Aqua was standing in the doorway, trying to look dignified despite the fact that she'd clearly just rolled out of bed. She counts, Naruto said. We're going to be recruiting more, but for now, it's just us. Luna looked between them. The goddess is on your team? She's not actually a goddess. She just likes the outfit. I am a goddess. Aqua stormed over. Tell her I'm a goddess. She's a goddess. Okay. Now I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. Luna wisely chose not to get involved. Well, regardless of divine status, you're both registered adventurers now. Your guild cards should be ready. She handed over 2 small cards, each showing basic information and statistics. These will update automatically as you gain experience and complete quests. Naruto looked at his card. Under class? It simply said? Because the system couldn't categorize him. Under rank, it showed E with a small asterisk. What's the asterisk mean? It means you need rank-appropriate quest completions to officially advance, but your practical abilities have been flagged as significantly higher. Luna smiled apologetically. It's bureaucracy, I'm afraid. Even if you could single-handedly fight the Demon King, you'd need to complete the proper paperwork to advance to S rank. Fair enough. What quests do you have available? Luna led them to the quest board, which was covered in posted requests. Everything from gathering herbs to slaying monsters to escorting merchants. For new adventurers, I'd recommend starting with that one. Naruto pointed at a quest near the top of the board. The paper was weathered, clearly having been posted for a long time. What's that? Luna's expression flickered. That's an ongoing request. A Demon King general has been sighted in the region. Multiple S-rank parties have attempted to engage. All have failed. A general. Already. Naruto pulled the quest off the board, reading the details. The general was called Verdia, a Dullahan who commanded undead forces. He'd been terrorizing the region for months, and the bounty on his head was astronomical. Mr. Uzumaki, I really must advise against. What's he after? I'm sorry. The general. Verdia. What's he after? Why is he here? Luna hesitated. According to reports, he's recruiting, building an undead army. He seems particularly interested in corrupting powerful souls. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Kit, Kurama said quietly. She said he's been here for months, and you just arrived. Interesting timing. Yeah, real interesting. Aqua, who had been pretending not to pay attention while absolutely paying attention, moved closer. You're not seriously thinking about fighting a general. We just got here. I'm not thinking about fighting him. I'm thinking about why he's here now. Naruto looked at Luna. Has anything unusual happened lately? Before the toad attack, any strange phenomena? Magical disturbances? Luna thought about it. There was a surge of magical energy yesterday evening. The guild's detection crystals went haywire for a few minutes. We assumed it was a natural fluctuation. Yesterday evening. Naruto nodded slowly. Right around when we arrived. Understanding dawned on Aqua's face. You think? I think we made a big entrance. And I think someone noticed. The Demon King's forces monitor reincarnated heroes, Kurama reasoned. Makes sense. They'd want early warning about potential threats. And I probably triggered every alarm they have. Naruto tucked the quest paper into his jacket. This general isn't recruiting. He's scouting. He came here to see what landed. Then we should run. Aqua grabbed his arm. If a Demon King general is after you specifically, this town isn't safe. We aren't safe. Running won't help. These guys don't give up. Naruto gently removed her hand from his arm. The only way out is through. We find Verdia, we beat Verdia, and we send a message to whoever sent him. A message? That the new guy in town isn't prey. Naruto's smile was sharp. He's the hunter. They found darkness at the edge of town. Or rather, darkness found them. She was tall, blonde, and armored head to toe in what looked like extremely expensive plate mail. She also had the most intense expression Naruto had ever seen, which was saying something given that he'd once fought a guy whose hobby was collecting people's eyes. You! She strode toward them with purpose. You're the one from yesterday. Naruto glanced at Aqua, who shrugged. Which one from yesterday? The one who defeated Sir Groot. The one who demolished the toads. The one with the power of 100 men. Technically, I made 100 copies. It's different. It doesn't matter. Darkness stopped in front of him, breathing heavily. Her face was flushed. I've been searching for someone like you. Someone with overwhelming strength. Someone who could. She paused dramatically. Someone who could punish me. Dead silence. What? Naruto said flatly. I am Lalatina Dustiness Ford, a crusader of noble birth, and I have come to offer my services as your shield and companion, in exchange for the punishment that only a man of your caliber could provide. Naruto looked at Aqua. Aqua looked at Naruto. Is she serious? He asked. Unfortunately, yes. Crusaders are a class known for high defense and low attack power. They're supposed to protect party members by drawing enemy attention. Aqua's voice was flat. This particular one seems to have additional motivations. My motivations are pure, Darkness declared. The desire to be struck down, overwhelmed, brought to my knees by superior force. There is nothing more noble. That's... Naruto struggled to find words. That's really weird. I know. It's shameful. Depraved. And yet I cannot help myself. Darkness clasped her hands together, eyes shining. Please, let me join your party. Let me throw myself in front of your enemies. Let me suffer the blows meant for you. I like her, Kurama said. You like everyone weird. Exactly. Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. This was not how he'd expected his morning to go. Wake up, do some monster fighting, get recruitment offers from noble masochists. Just another Tuesday. Look, Miss Lalatina, please call me Darkness. It's so much more fitting for my shameful nature. Darkness, right? Here's the thing. I don't hurt my teammates. Ever. It's kind of a rule I have. Darkness's expression flickered through several emotions. Disappointment, frustration, and then, unexpectedly, something like hope. You protect your teammates? With everything I have. Even if they throw themselves into danger? Especially then. Even if they deliberately seek out punishment? That's a weird specific question, but yes. If someone on my team is in trouble, I save them. No matter what. Darkness stared at him for a long moment. Then her face went scarlet. That's almost worse, she gasped. Being protected. Being denied the suffering I crave. Having to watch as someone else takes the blows meant for me. She clutched her chest. How cruel. How wonderfully, terribly cruel. That's not what I must join your party. Darkness grabbed his hands. Your brand of psychological torment is unlike anything I've experienced. Please, let me suffer your kindness. Naruto had faced down gods. He'd survived wars. He'd talked no jutsu'd his way through impossible situations. None of that had prepared him for this. Fine, he said, because honestly, what else was he supposed to say? You can join. But I'm warning you, it's not going to be what you expect. That makes it better. Sure, whatever. They were halfway to the forest where Verdia had last been sighted when the explosion happened. Not from their direction, from further up the road. A massive blast of crimson fire that mushroomed into the sky, accompanied by what sounded like a battle cry from a very small person. Explosion! The shockwave hit them a second later, nearly knocking Aqua off her feet. Naruto caught her absently, eyes fixed on the dissipating blast. That was a big one, he observed. Respectable. Amateur construction, but respectable. Coming from you, that's high praise. They found the source a few minutes later. A girl, couldn't have been older than 14, was lying face down on the road, apparently unable to move. She was small, wore a witch's outfit complete with oversized hat, and had an eye patch that Naruto was pretty sure was purely cosmetic. Is she dead? Aqua asked, not sounding particularly concerned. Nope. Naruto crouched beside the girl. Just exhausted. Looks like she used all her energy in that one attack. The girl stirred, lifting her head weakly. Who dares approach the Crimson Demon Megumin, wielder of explosion magic? The most powerful offensive mage in all of. You can't move, can you? No. Naruto sighed, scooping her up easily. She weighed almost nothing, probably because she'd been spending all her stat points on magic power and none on physical abilities. What are you doing? Megumin squirmed in his arms. Unhand me. I am a proud crimson demon, not some damsel-to-be. You were lying in the road. Something would have eaten you eventually. I was resting, after unleashing my ultimate technique. It's called tactical recovery. It's called passing out from mana exhaustion. Megumin's face reddened. You know nothing of the arcane arts. I know you just blew up a whole lot of nothing. Naruto glanced at the crater she'd created. It was impressive, easily 50 meters across and still smoking. What were you even aiming at? A group of monsters. They were threatening innocent travelers. What monsters? There's nothing here. Because I destroyed them. With my explosion magic. the most powerful destructive force in existence. Naruto looked at the crater again, then at the surrounding forest, which was completely untouched, then back at Megumin. You missed, didn't you? I did not miss. My targeting is impeccable. It's not my fault the monsters moved. They moved. Yes. After you started casting. The incantation takes time. True power requires patience. She's like a baby bijou bomb user, Kurama observed. All power, no control. I can work with that. Naruto set Megumin down on a rock, where she sat glaring at him with as much dignity as an exhausted teenager could muster. Look, he said. I'm putting together a team. We're going after a Demon King general who's been terrorizing this region. If you're interested, a Demon King general. Megumin's eyes went wide. Those are some of the most powerful beings in the world. They command armies of monsters. They have magic that can level cities. Yeah, should be fun. You. She stared at him. You're serious. You actually think you can fight a general? I don't think. I know. Naruto crouched to meet her eyes. I saw your explosion. It was sloppy, wasteful, and you're completely useless afterward. But the raw power? That's real. With some guidance, you could be devastating. Megumin's expression shifted. The theatrical arrogance faded, replaced by something more genuine. You think my explosion is powerful? I think it's impressive and impractical, which means there's room to grow. I also think you've been looked down on by people who don't understand what real power looks like. He stood. I do understand. So here's my offer. Join us, work with us, and I'll help you reach the potential you're wasting on random craters. For a long moment, Megumin was silent. Then she thrust out her hand. Megumin of the Crimson Demon Clan accepts your offer, she declared. Together, we shall unleash explosions the likes of which this world has never seen. Naruto shook her hand. Looking forward to it. Behind them, Aqua groaned. Great, another weird one. Says the goddess who fell into this world by accident. That was your fault. Details. They found Verdia at sunset. The Dullahan was exactly what his wanted poster had depicted. A headless knight in dark armor, mounted on a skeletal horse. His head, which he carried under one arm, had glowing purple eyes that surveyed the landscape with cold intelligence. He was surrounded by undead. Hundreds of them. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts. A whole army gathered in a clearing at the forest's edge. Well, Naruto said, studying the scene from a nearby hilltop, that's a lot of dead people. We should retreat. Darkness's voice was strained, though whether from fear or excitement, it was hard to tell. Regroup. Get reinforcements. No point. He knows we're here. As if in confirmation, Verdia's head turned to look directly at their position. Even from this distance, those purple eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness. Naruto Uzumaki. His voice boomed across the clearing, magically amplified. The Demon King sends his regards. He is curious about you. Curious, huh? Naruto stood, making no effort to hide himself. Tell your boss if he wants to know about me, he can come ask himself. Bravado. The last refuge of the doomed. Verdia raised his sword, pointing it toward them. I had hoped for a more interesting opponent, but you're just another hero. Just another corpse for my collection. The undead army began to move. Hundreds of shambling forms, advancing up the hill. Okay, Naruto said, cracking his neck. Here's what we're going to do. Aqua, you're on purification. That's your specialty, right? Start chanting whatever holy magic works on undead. Megumin. Explosion. Not yet. Save it for Verdia himself. Darkness. I'll draw their attention. Let them come. Let them try to break me. Sure that. Just don't die. What about you? Aqua asked, already beginning to gather divine energy. Naruto smiled. I'm gonna say hi. He vanished. Verdia had fought heroes before. Dozens of them over the centuries. He knew their tricks, the flashy attacks, the desperate last stands, the foolish belief that righteousness could overcome superior numbers. He was not prepared for Naruto Uzumaki. One moment the hero was on the hilltop. The next he was in the middle of the undead army, and the undead army was coming apart. Not destroyed Verdia could rebuild destroyed undead. Scattered. Disassembled. Bones separated from bodies with surgical precision. Zombies knocked down without being dismembered. The hero wasn't fighting. He was dismantling. "Nice army," Naruto said, appearing directly in front of Verdia with no warning. Shame if something happened to it. Verdia swung his sword. It was a blow that had bisected armored knights, that had shattered magical barriers, that had ended the lives of countless heroes. It hit nothing. Naruto was behind him now. Too slow. Another swing. Another miss. "Seriously, is this all you've got?" Naruto sounded genuinely disappointed. The way everyone talked, I expected generals to be actually dangerous. "You?" Verdia whirled, unleashing a wave of necrotic energy that would kill anything it touched. Death wave. Naruto didn't dodge. He raised one hand and let the energy wash over him. Nothing happened. "Yeah, see? Death magic doesn't really work on me." He examined his palm, which wasn't even singed. Long story, involves a lot of dead people and a god of death who got eaten, but the short version is... He looked up, meeting Verdia's disbelieving eyes. "I'm kind of already marked by death. You can't kill what's already been claimed." For the first time in centuries, Verdia felt something he'd almost forgotten. Fear. "What are you?" "Me?" Naruto raised his right hand. Energy gathered brilliant blue, spiraling, screaming with power. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, former Hokage, Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, child of prophecy, savior of the world." The energy condensed into a spinning sphere of pure destruction. "And right now," Naruto's smile was sharp as a blade. "I'm your worst nightmare." He thrust the Rasengan forward. The explosion was visible from Axel. Megumin, who had been holding back her own spell, stared at the mushroom cloud with wide eyes. That wasn't magic. That was pure chakra manipulation. How is that even possible? He's been doing stuff like that all day. Aqua sounded almost bored. Just wait until he does the thing with the clones. There's a thing with the clones? Below, the undead army was dissolving. Without Verdia to maintain them, the animated corpses were returning to their natural state. Darkness looked almost disappointed. "He didn't even let me draw their attention," she muttered. "I was ready. I was prepared." "There'll be other battles," Aqua assured her. "Probably lots of them. This world isn't exactly safe." A figure emerged from the crater where Verdia had been standing. Naruto, unharmed, carrying something under his arm. Verdia's head. "You think this is over?" The head screamed. "My body will regenerate. I am immortal. I will return and..." "Yeah, about that." Naruto tossed the head to Aqua. "Can you purify this? Completely? I want to make sure he doesn't come back." Aqua caught the head, grimacing. "Gross. But yes, I can." "Wait." Verdia's purple eyes went wide. "You can't. The Demon King will. Tell your Demon King something for me." Naruto leaned in close. "Tell him I'm coming. Not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But someday I'm going to walk into his castle, and I'm going to do to him what I just did to you. Understand?" Verdia stared at him with naked terror. "Aqua. Now." Divine light engulfed the head. Verdia had time for one final scream before he dissolved into nothing. His evil purified. His existence ended. Silence fell over the clearing. "That." Megumin's voice was barely a whisper. "That was a Demon King general. One of the most powerful beings in this world. And you just handled him." "Yeah." Naruto stretched, working out a kink in his shoulder. "He was strong. Probably S-rank by your guild's standards. But he wasn't anything special. Not really. Not anything special. I fought gods. Literal gods who could reshape reality. Verdia was tough, but he wasn't in that league." Naruto turned to his team. A fallen goddess, a masochistic crusader, and an explosion-obsessed mage. "So, Anyone hungry? I could go for some ramen. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then darkness started laughing. Quiet at first, then louder until she was doubled over with mirth. You just killed a general, and you're asking about ramen? What? Fighting makes me hungry. He's insane, Megumin said flatly. Our leader is completely insane. Welcome to my world, Aqua muttered. Naruto just grinned. Come on. First round's on me. That night, in a tavern in Axel, word spread. A new hero had arrived. A hero who could create 100 copies of himself. A hero who had defeated a Demon King general in single combat. A hero whose power broke the guild's measurement systems. His name was Naruto Uzumaki, and he was looking for teammates. By morning, the line outside the Adventurers Guild stretched around the block. But Naruto wasn't there to see it. He was on the roof of the inn, watching the sunrise with Aqua beside him. You know, she said quietly, when I sent heroes to this world, I always wondered what it would be like, to actually be here, to fight alongside them. And now you know. Now I know. She was silent for a moment. It's terrifying. Yeah. And exhilarating. That too. And I. She trailed off, looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. I'm glad I got dragged here, even if it was an accident. Even if I'm stuck in this mortal body. I'm glad. Naruto smiled. Me too. Don't let it go to your head. Too late. She shoved him and he laughed, and somewhere in the east, the Demon King sat on his throne and wondered if, for the first time in centuries, he might actually be in danger. Chapter 1 End Chapter 2. God's Bleed 2. Aqua's scream woke Naruto from a dead sleep. He was through the wall before his brain caught up. Literally through it, leaving a Naruto-shaped hole in the plaster because doors took too long. Aqua's room was 3 seconds away at civilian speed. He made it in half a second. She was on the floor, tangled in blankets, thrashing against something invisible. Her skin was glowing faintly blue, divine essence flickering like a candle in a storm. Aqua! He grabbed her shoulders. Hey! Wake up! Her eyes snapped open. They weren't blue anymore. They were purple. Deep, corrupted purple, the same color as Verdia's had been. He's coming, she whispered. He saw. He saw. Then she convulsed, and darkness poured from her mouth like smoke. Kit, that's concentrated demonic energy. Don't let it touch you. Naruto was already moving. He pulled Aqua against his chest and channeled Kurama's chakra through his entire body, creating a barrier of golden energy around them both. The darkness slammed against the barrier and recoiled, hissing. The hell is this? A curse. Someone's trying to corrupt her through her dreams. Probably the Demon King. He must have felt Verdia's death and traced it back to the divine signature. The darkness gathered itself, forming a vague humanoid shape. A face emerged from the smoke, handsome, cruel, with eyes that held centuries of malice. So you're the one. The voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. The anomaly. The one who destroyed my general like he was nothing. Demon King, I presume? Maxwell. That's the name I've worn for the past 1,000 years. The shadow smiled. I must admit, I'm impressed. I've sent hundreds of heroes to their deaths in this world. None of them ever posed a real threat. But you. The smile widened. You're different. I can taste it. The power of a god killer, wrapped in mortal flesh. Aqua stirred in Naruto's arms, groaning. The purple was fading from her eyes, but she was pale, too pale. What did you do to her? Nothing permanent. Yet, Maxwell's shadow drifted closer, testing the barrier. The goddess is vulnerable here, stripped of most of her divine authority, bound to a mortal form. She's an easy target. A message, if you will. A message. Come to my castle. Face me directly, or I'll take her apart piece by piece, through her dreams, every night until there's nothing left but a hollow shell wearing a goddess's face. Naruto's grip on Aqua tightened. You think threatening my friends is going to make me cooperate? I think. Let me tell you something about threats. Naruto's voice was quiet, calm. The The kind of calm that came before a storm. I've had people threaten my friends before. My village. My family. Do you know what happened to them? The shadow flickered. They died. Every single one of them. Some quickly. Some slowly. But they all died, because they made the mistake of thinking that threatening what I love would make me weak. Naruto looked up, meeting those ancient, malevolent eyes. It doesn't make me weak. It makes me angry. And you don't want me angry. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Maxwell laughed. Oh, this is going to be fun. The shadow began to dissipate. I'll be waiting, Naruto Uzumaki. Don't keep me waiting too long. I get impatient. He vanished, and the darkness went with him. Aqua gasped, color flooding back into her face. What, where? She looked up at Naruto, at the golden barrier still surrounding them, at the hole in the wall where the door used to be. Did you just punch through my wall? Seemed faster than the door. You punched through my wall. Are you okay? He was doing something to you. Some kind of curse. Aqua's indignation faded, replaced by something more fragile. I felt him, in my head, trying to corrupt my divine essence. If you hadn't woken me up. But I did. But you did. How? I wasn't making any noise. Couldn't scream. He was suppressing. You did scream. Just once. Really loud. She blinked. I don't remember screaming. Naruto didn't have an answer for that. He'd been dead asleep, exhausted from the fight with Verdia, and then he'd heard her voice as clear as if she'd been standing next to him. Not a physical sound. Something else. Something deeper. Your connection to her is stronger than you realize, Kurama said quietly. When you pulled her into this world, you didn't just drag her body. You created a link. A bond. What kind of bond? I don't know. Nothing I've seen before. But it's there and it's growing. Aqua was staring at him with an expression he couldn't read. You saved me. Of course I did. No, I mean, she struggled for words. You actually saved me. Not because I'm useful or powerful or valuable to your quest. You just saved me. That's what teammates do. That's not. She stopped, shaking her head. Never mind. You wouldn't understand. Try me. Aqua was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was small. I've been a goddess for thousands of years. In all that time, no one has ever saved me. Worshipped me, yes. Prayed to me. Asked things of me. But saved? Protected. She laughed bitterly. Gods don't get protected. We're supposed to be the protectors. We're supposed to be above needing help. That sounds lonely. It is lonely. The words burst out of her like they'd been trapped for centuries. You have no idea how lonely it is, watching mortals live and love and die, over and over, knowing that you'll never have what they have, being worshipped but never truly known, being eternal but never truly alive. She was crying, real tears, running down her face, glowing faintly with divine light. Naruto pulled her into a hug. She stiffened, surprised, but didn't pull away. I get it, he said quietly. Not the goddess part, but the loneliness? Yeah. I grew up alone. Everyone in my village hated me for something I couldn't control. The only way I survived was by pretending I didn't care, by being loud and obnoxious so no one could see how much it hurt. That's different, is it? We both learned to hide who we really are. We both pretended to be something we weren't. The only difference is I eventually found people who saw through the mask. He pulled back, meeting her eyes. Maybe you just needed to find those people too. Aqua stared at him like he'd just revealed the secrets of the universe. You're really strange, she said finally. So I've been told. And infuriating. That too. And kind. Her voice cracked on the word. Genuinely, stupidly kind. Even to me, when I've done nothing to deserve it. Everyone deserves kindness. No, they don't. That's not how the world works. People are cruel, selfish, petty. Some people. Not all of them. Naruto smiled. I've met monsters who became heroes and heroes who became monsters. The only thing that matters is what you choose to be, Right now, in this moment. Aqua opened her mouth to argue. Closed it. Opened it again. I hate you, she said. No, you don't. I definitely hate you. Okay. Stop agreeing with me. Okay. She shoved him, but there was no real force behind it. When he didn't budge, she sighed and slumped against his chest. Fine. Maybe I don't completely hate you, but I still think you're stupid. That's fair. They stayed like that for a while, neither of them speaking. Through the hole in the wall, the first light of dawn was beginning to creep across the sky. He's going to come after me again, Aqua said eventually. Maxwell. He knows I'm vulnerable. Then we don't give him the chance. I'll figure out a way to protect you. Some kind of seal or... You can't protect me forever. Watch me. She pulled back, looking at him with those impossibly blue eyes. Why? Why do you care so much? We barely know each other. You have no reason to. I don't need a reason. Naruto's voice was firm. You're my teammate, my friend. That's enough. Aqua's breath caught. Friend, she repeated, like she was testing the word. I've never had a friend. Not really. Not as equals. First time for everything. She was still staring at him, searching for something, a lie, a manipulation, some hidden agenda. Whatever she was looking for, she didn't seem to find it. You really mean it, she said. You're not just saying what I want to hear. I don't do that. Ask anyone who knows me. I'm terrible at lying and worse at tact. A laugh bubbled up from her throat. Surprised, genuine. Nothing like her usual theatrical giggles. Okay, she said. Okay, friends. I can try that. Good. Naruto stood, pulling her to her feet. Now come on. We need to tell the others about Maxwell. And you need to eat something. When's the last time you had food? I'm a goddess. I don't technically need. You're in a mortal body. You need food. Let's go. He dragged her toward the door. The actual door, not the hole, and Aqua let herself be dragged, still processing everything that had just happened. Behind them, the first rays of sunlight hit the inn, and somewhere in the distance, a rooster crowed. A new day, a new beginning, and a demon king who had just made the biggest mistake of his immortal life. So let me get this straight. Megumin's eye, the visible one anyway, was twitching. The demon king himself appeared in Aqua's dream, threatened her, threatened all of us, and now he's waiting for us to come fight him? That's the gist of it. And your response is, what, exactly? Naruto took a bite of his breakfast. The inn's food was decent, some kind of grain porridge with meat and vegetables. Not ramen, but acceptable. First, we get stronger, build our reputation, recruit more allies. Then, when we're ready, we go kick his ass. That's it? That's the whole plan. Plans are overrated. They never survive contact with the enemy anyway. Darkness slammed her hands on the table, eyes shining. A direct confrontation with the Demon King, the ultimate test of endurance. Imagine the punishment his forces could inflict, the torment, the suffering, the exquisite pain of darkness. Yes, please stop. I can't help it. The mere thought of facing such overwhelming odds awakens something primal within me. Aqua was picking at her food, still pale from the night's events. You're all crazy. You're all crazy. We can't fight the Demon King. He's been ruling for 1,000 years. He's absorbed the powers of hundreds of heroes. We'd be walking into a slaughter. Probably, Naruto agreed. Then why? Because running isn't an option. You heard him. He'll keep coming after you, after us, until we either face him or die. And I'm not big on dying. He finished his porridge and pushed the bowl aside. Besides, we're not going after him immediately. We need to get stronger first. All of us. How? Megumin demanded. I'm already the greatest explosion mage in existence. You can cast one spell and then collapse. Quality over quantity. We need both. Naruto leaned back in his chair. Here's what I'm thinking. Megumin, your explosion is powerful, but it takes too long to cast and leaves you helpless afterward. We need to work on reducing the casting time and building up your stamina. Reduce the casting time. The incantation is sacred. Every word carries meaning and power. Does it? Or is it just habit? Megumin opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. I never actually tested if the incantation was necessary. Then we test it. Today, Naruto turned to darkness. You've got incredible defense, but you can't hit anything. We're going to work on your accuracy. But if I could actually hit things, they wouldn't be able to hit me as effectively. That's the point? It's terrible. How am I supposed to enjoy the thrill of combat if I'm actually competent? Naruto rubbed his temples. We'll figure something out. Finally, he looked at Aqua. And you're the key to this whole thing. Me? Your divine magic is the only thing that can permanently destroy the Demon King's forces. We saw that with Verdia, your purification completely erased him. Maxwell knows this. That's why he's targeting you specifically. So I'm bait. No, you're our most valuable asset. Naruto's voice was serious. Without you, we can't win. We can defeat his generals, scatter his armies, but he'll just rebuild. You're the only one who can make victories stick. Aqua was quiet for a moment. Then slowly she straightened. So, I'm important. Extremely. More important than anyone else on the team. I didn't say, it's okay. You can admit it. The goddess is essential. The linchpin. There she goes, Megumin muttered. Most crucial member of the party. Without me, you'd all be doomed. It's only natural that… Aqua. She stopped mid-proclamation. What? You're important. So is everyone else. We're a team. That means we work together, support each other. And nobody is more valuable than anyone else. Got it. Aqua pouted. You're no fun. I've heard that before. Training started immediately after breakfast. Naruto created 50 shadow clones, a small number by his standards, and set them to work with each team member. 10 clones took Megumin to a clearing outside town to practice streamlined casting. Another 10 accompanied Darkness to the guild's training yard to work on accuracy. The remaining 30 stayed with Aqua to develop her combat applications of divine magic. The real Naruto observed all 3 sessions simultaneously through clone memory transfer, occasionally jumping between locations to offer direct guidance. By noon, they'd made progress. I did it! Megumin's shriek echoed across the clearing. She was actually standing, not collapsed, after casting a smaller-scale explosion. It had only taken out a 20-meter radius instead of her usual 50, but she'd done it with a shortened incantation and remained conscious afterward. I cast twice in one morning. Good job. Naruto, one of his clones, gave her a thumbs up. That's the foundation. Build up your reserves, shorten your cast time, and eventually you'll be able to fire explosions like artillery. Artillery? Heavy weapons that fire continuously. Big boom. Lots of them, no waiting. Megumin's eyes went wide with religious fervor. Multiple explosions in succession. That's the dream. That's the dream. Meanwhile, at the training yard, Darkness was having less success. How can I keep missing? She swung her sword at a training dummy for the 100th time. It went wide by a good 2 feet. It's not even moving. Your form is fine, Naruto's clone observed. Your technique is solid. You're missing on purpose. I am not. Your body is subconsciously sabotaging your attacks because you don't actually want to hit anything. You want to get hit. Darkness froze mid-swing. That's not. We need to rewire your instincts. Make hitting things feel as satisfying as being hit. That's impossible. The ecstasy of receiving damage is… What if hitting things meant they'd hit you back harder? Darkness stopped. Explain. Strong opponents. The kind that don't go down easy. If you want to fight them and get hit by them, you need to be able to hurt them first. Otherwise, they'll just ignore you and go for easier targets. Understanding dawned in her eyes. So, if I become stronger, more dangerous, enemies will have to focus on you. They'll hit you with everything they have, because you'll be too threatening to ignore. Darkness's face went through a complex series of emotions. Then she turned to the training dummy with renewed determination. "I will destroy you," she declared, "so that greater enemies will seek to destroy me." Her next swing hit the dummy dead center. There it is. Back at the inn's courtyard, Aqua was making her own discoveries. "I never thought to use divine magic this way." She was manipulating water, pulling it from a nearby fountain, shaping it into various forms. Purification is defensive, healing is restorative, but water manipulation is versatile. Exactly. Naruto watched her create increasingly complex water constructs. Your divine portfolio includes water and purification. Combined properly, you could create holy water weapons, purifying barriers, even rain that heals allies while hurting undead. I could make a tsunami of holy water. Maybe start smaller. A holy water dragon. Aqua. Fine, fine. She let the water fall back into the fountain. But you have to admit, a holy water dragon would be amazing. It would, actually. Naruto made a mental note to work toward that eventually. The main thing, he said, is that you're not helpless. You're not just support. With the right application, you can be a frontline fighter, a healer, and a purifier all at once. Aqua looked at her hands, still faintly glowing with divine energy. I've been a goddess for so long. I forgot what it felt like to grow, to improve, to become more than I was. Welcome to being mortal. It sucks sometimes, but it's never boring. I'm starting to understand that. The attack came at sunset. Not from the Demon King, not directly. But his influence was obvious. A massive creature appeared outside Axel's walls. It was humanoid, roughly, standing 30 feet tall with skin like stone and eyes that burned with purple fire. Demonic runes covered its body, pulsing with malevolent energy. A golem general, Aqua breathed, all color draining from her face. That's not supposed to be possible. Golem generals only appear near the Demon King's castle. Looks like Maxwell decided to bring the fight to us. Naruto cracked his neck. Good. Saves me the trip. You can't fight that thing. It's designed to counter heroes. Every reincarnator who's faced one has died. Then I'll be the first who doesn't. He was already moving toward the gate. Behind him, he heard Megumin shouting about explosions, Darkness yelling something about punishment, and Aqua crying out that they were all insane. Good. Everyone was fired up. The gate guards took one look at the approaching creature and fled. Smart. Naruto didn't blame them. This thing was radiating killing intent that would have paralyzed most people. It noticed him immediately. Uzumaki. Its voice was Maxwell's, projected through the construct. I told you I get impatient. And I told you threatening my friends was a bad idea. Naruto kept walking, hands in his pockets. Guess we're both stubborn. This golem contains a fraction of my true power. Enough to level this town and everyone in it. Surrender the goddess, and I'll spare the rest. Counter-offer. Naruto stopped 50 feet from the golem. Leave now, and I'll let you keep existing. The golem laughed. A horrible, grinding sound. You still don't understand. I've consumed the power of over 100 heroes. I've ruled this world for a millennium. You're nothing but another. Naruto vanished. The golem's head exploded. He reappeared on its shoulder, golden chakra already fading from his fist. The Rasengan he'd used had been small, barely the size of a baseball, but concentrated enough to obliterate stone like it was tissue paper. You talk too much, Naruto said. The golem's body swayed. Then its arms came up, faster than something that size should have been able to move, and grabbed for him. Naruto flickered away, appearing on the ground as the headless construct began regenerating. Stone flowed like liquid, reforming the destroyed head. Within seconds, it was whole again. Impressive. The golem's voice returned as its mouth reformed. But ultimately pointless. I cannot be destroyed by physical force alone. Good thing I'm not alone. What? Explosion! Megumin's spell hit the golem center mass. The blast was enormous. Bigger than anything she'd done before, fueled by rage and fear and the desperate need to protect her new team. The shockwave knocked people off their feet half a mile away. When the smoke cleared, the golem was still standing. Damaged, cracked, missing huge chunks of its body but still standing. And still regenerating. Pathetic. Maxwell's voice dripped with contempt. Did you really think? Holy light engulfed the golem. Aqua stood at the gate, both hands raised, channeling every ounce of divine power she could muster. The light was blinding, pure, burning away the demonic corruption that held the golem together. You what? The golem stumbled, its regeneration faltering. That's not possible. You're just a fallen goddess. You can't. I'm Aqua, she screamed, tears streaming down her face. Goddess of water, goddess of purification, and I am done being afraid of you. The light intensified. The golem's body began to crack, holy energy seeping into every fracture. But it wasn't enough. Naruto could see it. Aqua was giving everything she had, and it wasn't quite enough to finish the job. The golem was too powerful, Maxwell's corruption too deep. She was going to burn herself out. Aqua! He sprinted toward her, but he was too far away. Stop! You'll... The golem's arm swung. Not at Naruto, at Aqua. A massive fist of corrupted stone, aimed directly at the goddess who was threatening to destroy it. Darkness appeared between them. She didn't dodge, didn't try to block. She just stood there, arms spread, face twisted in something between terror and ecstasy. The fist hit her. The impact was like a thunderclap. Darkness flew backward, armor crumpled, blood spraying from her mouth. She hit the ground and didn't get up. Darkness! 3 voices screamed in unison. The golem raised its fist for another blow. Aqua's concentration was broken, her light flickering. Megumin was spent, collapsed on the ground after her explosion. Naruto felt something inside him snap. Not break, snap. Like a restraint being removed. Like a seal releasing. Golden chakra erupted from his body. Not the controlled cloak he'd been using, something deeper. Older. More primal. Kit! Kurama's voice was urgent. That's... I know. 6 Paths Sage mode activated in full for the first time since he'd died. Power flooded through him. Not just Kurama's chakra, but the combined essence of all 9-tailed beasts. The gift from the Sage of 6 Paths himself. Truth-seeking balls materialized behind him. Black spheres of pure chakra, capable of erasing anything they touched from existence. The golem froze. What is that? For the first time, Maxwell's voice held genuine fear. That power, it's not from this world. It's not from any world I know. You wanted to see what I could do. Naruto's voice was calm, cold, completely unlike his usual tone. Here it is. He raised one hand. A truth-seeking ball elongated into a blade of pure destruction. Black as the void between stars, humming with power that made reality itself shudder. This is what killed a goddess in my world, Naruto said. Let's see what it does to you. He moved. The golem didn't have time to react. Didn't have time to regenerate. Didn't have time to do anything except watch as the blade carved through it like it wasn't even there. One strike. That's all it took. The golem split in 2, then 4, then 8. Each piece dissolved into nothing as the truth-seeking ball's nullification effect erased the demonic corruption that held it together. In less than a second, the golem general, a creature that had killed dozens of heroes, simply ceased to exist. Naruto landed softly, the golden chakra fading as 6 Paths mode deactivated. He was tired, really tired. He hadn't pushed himself that hard since the war, since Kagaya, since the final battle that had ended everything. Darkness. He stumbled toward her. Is she alive? Aqua was already there, hands glowing with healing magic. Badly hurt, but alive. I can save her. Thank God. Naruto collapsed to his knees beside them, exhaustion finally catching up. Around them, the townspeople were starting to emerge from their shelters, staring at the crater where the golem had been, at the unconscious crusader, at the fallen mage, at the goddess weeping as she poured healing light into her teammate. That was... Luna's voice came from somewhere nearby. Sir Uzumaki, that was... Yeah. Naruto managed a weak smile. Just another Tuesday. He passed out. He woke in the inn, sunlight streaming through the window. Aqua was sitting beside his bed, looking exhausted but unharmed. How long? He croaked. 3 days. Her voice was hoarse. You used so much power that your body just shut down. I had to keep healing you around the clock to make sure you didn't die in your sleep. 3 days. Naruto tried to sit up. His muscles screamed in protest. The others. Darkness is fine. More than fine, actually. She keeps talking about how that punch was the greatest experience of her life. Megumin woke up after a few hours. She's been practicing her casting while you were out. And you? Aqua was quiet for a moment. I almost got you killed. What? No, you? I pushed too hard with my magic. If I'd been stronger, better, I could have finished the golem before it attacked. Instead, I burned myself out. Darkness got hurt trying to protect me, and you had to use that terrifying power. Aqua, I've never seen anything like it. She was staring at her hands, unable to meet his eyes. That black stuff, the orbs, they felt like death incarnate, like the end of everything, and you just used them, like it was nothing. It wasn't nothing. Naruto finally managed to sit up, ignoring the pain. Those are called truth-seeking balls. They're formed from all 5 basic chakra natures plus yin and yang release. They can negate almost any technique and erase things from existence. Erase things? Yeah. Not destroy. Erase. There's a difference. Aqua shuddered. And you have this power? All the time. Only in my strongest form. And it's exhausting to use. That's why I don't break it out for every fight. He reached out, touching her hand. But I'll use it every time if it means protecting my team. No hesitation. She finally looked at him. Her eyes were red from crying or lack of sleep or both. You really are something else, aren't you? She said softly. I'm just a guy who refuses to let the people he cares about get hurt. Just a guy. She laughed weakly. You threw around power that could kill gods, and you call yourself just a guy. I mean, I am just a guy. Everything else is just stuff I learned along the way. Aqua stared at him for a long moment. Then, without warning, she lunged forward and hugged him. It wasn't like their previous hugs. Desperate, comforting, born of crisis. This was something else. Softer, more intimate. Thank you, she whispered into his shoulder. For coming to this world. For dragging me along. For not dying. You're welcome. Though the dragging part was an accident. I know. I'm glad anyway. She pulled back, and there was something new in her expression. Something Naruto recognized but hadn't expected to see directed at him. He didn't address it. Not yet. Too soon, too complicated, too many other things to deal with. But he filed it away. For later. The guild was in chaos when they finally arrived. Adventurers packed the main hall, all talking over each other. Luna was trying to maintain order, but it wasn't working. The news of the Golem General's attack, and its subsequent destruction, had spread through Axel like wildfire. Mr. Uzumaki! Luna spotted them immediately and rushed over. Thank goodness you're awake. We've been getting reports all morning. Strange things happening throughout the kingdom. Monster activity increasing, demonic sightings near major cities, even rumors of other Demon King generals mobilizing. Maxwell's retaliating. Naruto nodded grimly. He didn't expect to lose another general so quickly. He's throwing everything he has at the problem. What do? We can't be everywhere at once. But we can hit him where it hurts. Naruto looked at the quest board, at the sea of posted requests. What's the biggest threat right now? The one that would cause the most damage if it succeeds. Luna hesitated. Then she pulled a scroll from her belt. This came in this morning. An emergency request from the capital. A Demon King general called Beldia is leading an army toward the royal palace. The kingdom's defenders are mobilizing, but they're outnumbered. Beldia. Naruto remembered that name from Aqua's briefings. A former knight who'd been corrupted by Maxwell centuries ago. One of the original generals. More powerful than Verdia by a significant margin. How long until they reach the capital? 2 days. Maybe 3 if the defenders can slow them down. Then we have 2 days to get there and stop him. Naruto turned to his team. Aqua, still looking tired but determined. Megumin, practically vibrating with eagerness. Darkness, moving gingerly but refusing to show weakness. You ready? For the chance to face a greater enemy than before? Darkness's eyes were shining. Always. If I can land one good explosion on a general. Megumin was muttering calculations under her breath. The devastation would be glorious. Aqua just nodded. No complaints. No whining. Just quiet resolve. They were ready. Luna. Naruto took the scroll. Send word to the capital. Tell them help is coming. What should I call you? The defenders will want to know who's coming. Naruto thought about it for a moment. Tell them the Orange Hokage is on his way. They left within the hour. Naruto could have made the journey in minutes if he'd pushed himself. His speed in Sage Mode was beyond anything this world had ever seen. But that would mean leaving his team behind, and he wasn't about to do that. Instead, they traveled by the fastest conventional means available. A magical carriage that Naruto had purchased with the bounty money from Verdia and the Golem General. It wasn't cheap, but it cut their travel time from a week to 2 days. The journey was quiet for the first few hours. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, preparing for the battle ahead. Then Megumin spoke up. That power you used. The golden aura and the black orbs. She was sitting across from Naruto, studying him with intense curiosity. What was it? Really? You want the long version or the short version? Long. So Naruto told them. He told them about his world, the hidden villages, the ninja arts, the tailed beasts. He explained the Fourth Great Ninja War, the battle against Madara and Kaguya, the gift from the Sage of Six Paths. He described Six Paths Sage Mode and its powers, the truth-seeking balls and their abilities. By the time he finished, all 3 of them were staring at him with varying degrees of shock. You fought a goddess, Megumin breathed. An actual reality-warping goddess. Technically, she was the progenitor of all chakra. But yeah, basically a goddess. And you won. With help. Lots of help. I couldn't have done it alone. Darkness leaned forward. These truth-seeking balls. They can negate any technique? Most techniques. There are limits, but in general, yes. Could they negate defensive abilities? Naruto saw where she was going. If you're asking whether they could pierce your armor and hit you directly, probably. Darkness's face went crimson. Oh and oh, Aqua groaned. Don't encourage her. I'm not encouraging anything. She asked a question. Now she's going to want you to hit her with those things. I would never, well, maybe if you asked very nicely. Darkness. The Crusader was lost in her own world, muttering about ultimate attacks and transcendent pain. Megumin, meanwhile, was scribbling in a notebook she'd produced from somewhere. If chakra can be converted into different elemental forms, and those forms can be combined into higher applications, then theoretically, explosion magic could be enhanced through similar principles. Are you taking notes? Knowledge is power, and power means bigger explosions. Naruto leaned back in his seat, watching his team devolve into chaos around him. A goddess arguing with a crusader about appropriate combat fantasies. A mage furiously theorizing about magical enhancement. All of them united by the absurd circumstances that had brought them together. Quite a group you've assembled, Kurama observed. Yeah, they're nuts. So were your old friends. The pink one who could punch through mountains. The lazy one who was actually a genius. The bug guy. Fair point. You attract crazy people, Kit. It's a talent. Thanks, I think. The carriage rattled on through the countryside, carrying 4 improbable heroes toward their next impossible battle. Naruto closed his eyes and let himself rest. He had a feeling he'd need it. They made contact with the kingdom's forces the next morning. The army was camped in a valley, preparing defensive positions for Beldia's arrival. Thousands of soldiers, dozens of adventurer parties, siege weapons and magical barriers, and everything the kingdom could muster on short notice. It wasn't going to be enough. Naruto could tell just by looking. The soldiers were tired, scared, poorly equipped. The adventurers were more capable, but there weren't enough of them. The whole setup screamed last stand in a way that made his tactical senses itch. Sir Uzumaki? A knight in ornate armor approached their carriage as they arrived. I am Commander Alexis. We received word you were coming, but I confess I didn't believe. He trailed off, staring at Naruto's casual attire. You're the one who destroyed 2 Demon King generals. Technically, my team destroyed them. I just did the heavy lifting. Alexis's expression flickered between disbelief and hope. Then perhaps there's a chance. Please come to the command tent. I'll brief you on the situation. The briefing was grim. Beldia's army numbered in the tens of thousands. Undead soldiers, corrupted beasts, demons of various types. The Dullahan himself was reportedly far more powerful than Verdia had been, with centuries of combat experience and abilities that had never been fully catalogued because no one who faced him survived long enough to report back. He's not just strong, Alexis explained, pointing at a map. He's smart. Every engagement we've had, he's outmaneuvered us. Exploited weaknesses we didn't know we had. It's like he can read our strategies before we implement them. Mind reading, Aqua suggested. Possibly, or just extremely good observation. Either way, conventional tactics haven't worked. Naruto studied the map. The valley was a natural choke point which was good for defense. But it also meant there was nowhere to retreat if things went wrong. What about his subordinates? Any notable commanders? 3 lieutenants. A necromancer called Sylvia who controls the undead. A beastmaster named Red who commands the corrupted creatures. And Alexis hesitated. And a woman, a former hero. She was sent to fight Beldia years ago and was turned, corrupted, changed. She now serves the Demon King willingly. They call her the Fallen Star. Naruto's jaw tightened. A hero turned villain. The worst kind of enemy. What about direct confrontation? If I took on Beldia myself, you'd be swarmed. He never fights alone. The lieutenants stay close, supporting each other. And his personal guard is composed of death knights, undead warriors enhanced with demonic power. Any attempt to reach him directly has failed. Every attempt? Megumin's eye was gleaming. What about area attacks? Something that could hit him and his guards and his lieutenants all at once. Alexis blinked. That would require firepower beyond anything we possess. I've got firepower. She's not wrong, Naruto said. Her explosion magic destroyed a significant portion of the Golem General. With the right setup, you could hit Beldia directly. Alexis's expression shifted to excitement. If we could draw him out, isolate him even momentarily, that's where I come in. Darkness stepped forward. I'm a crusader. My specialty is drawing enemy attention. If I can get close enough to Beldia, make myself a big enough threat, he'd have to focus on you, Aqua continued, catching on. Which means his lieutenants would move to protect him, grouping them together. And then I hit them, Megumin finished, practically bouncing with excitement. Alexis stared at them. That's insane. You'd be putting yourselves directly in the line of fire. Story of our lives, Naruto said. But we'll need support. Your forces can't break Beldia's army, but they can hold them in place. Keep the rank and file busy while we go for the head. You want us to be a distraction? I want you to be the anvil. We'll be the hammer. Alexis was silent for a long moment, processing. Then slowly he nodded. If there's even a chance this works, we have to try. He extended his hand. Commander Alexis, at your service, Sir Uzumaki. Naruto shook it. Call me Naruto, and get your people ready. Beldia arrives tomorrow, and we're going to give him the worst day of his unlife. That night, Naruto found Aqua on the edge of the camp, staring at the stars. Can't sleep. She shook her head. Too many thoughts. Too much. Everything. He sat beside her, close but not touching. Want to talk about it? I keep thinking about what you said, about protecting your team. No matter what. She pulled her knees to her chest. I've never had that. Never had someone who would fight for me like that. You have it now. Do I? She turned to look at him, and her eyes were wet. Sometimes I wonder if I'm dreaming. If I'll wake up and be back in my office in heaven. Alone. Watching mortals live lives I'll never understand. You're not dreaming. Naruto reached out and took her hand. This is real. I'm real. Whatever happens tomorrow, whatever happens after that. I'm not going anywhere. You can't promise that. You could die. I could die. This whole thing could fall apart. Yeah, it could. He squeezed her hand. But I've spent my whole life betting on long odds. And you know what? I keep winning. Aqua laughed shakily. That's your argument? You're lucky. It's not luck. It's stubbornness. I refuse to lose. I refuse to let the people I care about get hurt. And when reality tries to tell me that's impossible, I tell reality to go screw itself. That's the most arrogant thing I've ever heard. Yeah, probably. They sat in silence for a while, watching the stars will overhead. Then Aqua spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. I think I'm starting to understand why mortals fight so hard, why they care so much. She leaned against his shoulder. When you're immortal, nothing matters. Nothing changes. But when you could lose everything at any moment, everything matters more. Yeah. She closed her eyes. Everything matters more. Naruto put his arm around her, and they sat together until the first light of dawn began to color the horizon. Tomorrow they would fight. Tonight they had this. It was enough. Beldia's army arrived at noon. The sound came first. A low, rumbling thunder that grew and grew until the ground itself seemed to shake. Then the army crested the hill, and Naruto understood why the kingdom's defenders had been so terrified. Tens of thousands of undead soldiers in rotting armor. Corrupted beasts the size of houses, snarling and snapping. Demons of every shape and size, flying and crawling and shambling toward the defensive line. And at the front, mounted on a nightmarish steed, was Beldia himself. He was different from Verdia, larger, more heavily armored, and radiating an aura of power that made the air feel thick. His head, like Verdia's, was carried under one arm, but his eyes burned with intelligence rather than mere malice. Defenders of the kingdom, his voice boomed across the valley. You have one chance to surrender. Lay down your arms, and I will make your deaths quick. Resist, and I will turn you all into my servants. Commander Alexis stepped forward. The kingdom does not bow to demons. We will fight to the last man. So be it. Beldia raised his sword, and the army charged. Now! Alexis screamed. The kingdom's forces surged to meet them, thousands of soldiers forming shield walls, adventurers unleashing spells and abilities, siege weapons firing into the oncoming horde. The two armies clashed with a sound like the end of the world. And through the chaos, four figures moved. Naruto led the way, his shadow clones cutting a path through the undead. Darkness followed, her armor deflecting blows that would have killed normal warriors. Megumin stayed in the middle, conserving her energy. And Aqua brought up the rear, healing wounds and purifying undead that got too close. There! Darkness pointed. Beldia's guard is moving to intercept. She was right. A wall of Death Knights was forming between them and the Demon King General, their black armor gleaming with demonic runes. I'll handle them, Naruto said. You three get into position. When I give the signal, Megumin fires, Darkness draws his attention, and Aqua supports. What's the signal? You'll know it when you see it. He vanished into the Death Knights. Beldia watched the orange figure tear through his elite guard and felt something he hadn't experienced in centuries. Concern. This was no ordinary hero. No simple reincarnator with a borrowed cheat item. This was something else. Something that moved like water through his forces, untouchable, unstoppable. My lord. The fallen star appeared at his side, her once heroic features twisted by corruption. Shall I? No. Stay close. This one is different. The orange figure burst through the last of the Death Knights and stopped 50 feet away. He was barely winded, despite having just defeated 100 elite undead in under a minute. Beldia, right? The figure's voice was casual, almost friendly. Name's Naruto. Nice army you've got here. You speak as if we're equals. We're not, but I figured I'd be polite about it. Despite himself, Beldia laughed. I like you, little hero. It's almost a shame I have to kill you. Funny. I was thinking the same thing. Beldia raised his sword. Then let us. Explosion. The world turned red. Megumin's spell hit Beldia dead center, consuming him and everything within 100 meters in a pillar of crimson fire. The shockwave flattened everything that wasn't already burning. When the smoke cleared, Beldia was still standing. Damaged. His armor was melted in places, his body scored with deep wounds. But standing. Impressive. He actually sounded pleased. A worthy attack. But not enough. Wasn't supposed to be. Beldia turned to find darkness directly in front of him, her sword raised. What? She swung at his head. She missed, of course. Darkness always missed. But that wasn't the point. The point was that she'd gotten close enough to try. Insolent. Beldia raised his sword to strike her down, and found that he couldn't move. What is this? Naruto was behind him, one hand pressed against Beldia's back. Paralysis seal. Old technique from my world. Locks your body in place until the seal is broken. Impossible. My defenses don't account for sealing jutsu. Different system entirely. Naruto walked around to face him. Now hold still. This is going to hurt. Fallen star. Sylvia. Red. To me. The lieutenants tried to respond. They were stopped by holy water. Aqua stood between them and their master, hands raised, divine light blazing around her. Water surged from nowhere, summoned by her magic, and crashed into the lieutenants in a purifying wave. You think holy water can stop us? The necromancer Sylvia snarled, but her voice was strained. You are nothing. Aqua's voice was cold. Final. You serve corruption. I serve purification. There's no contest. The wave intensified. Sylvia screamed as her demonic enhancements began to burn away. Meanwhile, Naruto was working on Beldia. Here's the thing about undead. He formed a Rasengan in his palm, golden with 6 paths chakra. They're held together by dark energy. Remove the energy, the body falls apart. But you're different. You're ancient. You've got layers of protection, centuries of accumulated power. So you see that your attack is futile. I wasn't finished. The Rasengan began to change, threads of white light weaving through the golden spiral. I mentioned I had a goddess on my team, right? Well, she's been teaching me about divine energy. Turns out it plays nice with my techniques. The Rasengan was fully transformed now. A spinning sphere of holy destruction, burning with power that made Beldia's very existence shudder. What is that? I'm calling it the Divine Rasengan. First time using it. Naruto smiled. Let's see what it does. He thrust it into Beldia's chest. The light could be seen for miles. When it faded, Beldia was gone. Not destroyed, erased. Every trace of the Demon King General wiped from existence by the combination of Naruto's chakra and Aqua's divine essence. His lieutenants followed moments later, purified by Aqua's holy water until nothing remained but empty armor and echoing screams. The undead army, without commanders to sustain them, simply stopped. Thousands of animated corpses dropping where they stood, their animating force severed. The kingdom's defenders stood in stunned silence, unable to process what had just happened. Then, slowly, someone started cheering. The cheer spread. Within seconds, the entire valley was echoing with celebration. Soldiers embracing, adventurers laughing, the pure relief of survival overwhelming all other emotions. Naruto just stood in the crater where Beldia had been, exhausted down to his bones. We did it, he said. Darkness limped over, her armor dented and scarred but her expression ecstatic. That was magnificent. The paralysis, the helplessness, and then that attack. Darkness, please. I could feel his despair, his realization that he was powerless. It was darkness. The most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed. Megumin was already collapsed on the ground, mumbling about divine explosions and new possibilities. Aqua made her way over, looking as tired as Naruto felt. That technique, she said quietly. The divine Rasengan. That was your power combined with mine. Naruto managed a weak smile. Told you we made a good team. You were supposed to ask before using my divine essence in a technique. Would you have said yes? Probably. Then I saved us both the trouble. She wanted to argue. He could see it. But she was too tired and maybe, just maybe, a little proud. Fine, she said. But next time ask. Deal. They stood together in the aftermath of victory, surrounded by the scattered remains of an army that would never rise again. In the distance, in a castle shrouded in eternal darkness, Maxwell the Demon King felt his general's destruction like a knife in his gut. 3 generals, 3 of his most powerful servants, destroyed in a matter of weeks. By one man, one impossible, unbelievable, infuriating man. Naruto Uzumaki, he whispered. What are you? He didn't know, but he was going to find out, even if it meant burning the entire world to do it. The celebration lasted 3 days. The kingdom threw a festival in honor of their saviors. Naruto and his team were paraded through the capital, showered with gifts and titles and offers of land and marriage. The king himself wanted to meet them. Naruto declined most of it. I'm not here for glory, he told Commander Alexis. I'm here to stop the Demon King. Once that's done, I'll figure out what comes next. The kingdom owes you a debt that can never be repaid. Then repay it by being ready for next time. Maxwell's not going to stop. He'll send more generals, more armies. Your people need to be stronger. Alexis nodded slowly. Will you train them? Naruto considered it. Then, I can't stay, but I can send some of my clones to help set up training programs. Basic combat techniques, tactical formations, that kind of thing. Clones? Right, you haven't seen those. Naruto made a familiar hand sign. 20 copies of himself appeared out of thin air. Shadow clones. They can train your soldiers while I keep hunting generals. Alexis stared at the clones with undisguised wonder. Is there anything you can't do? Fold laundry. Never could get the hang of it. On the 3rd night there was a ball. The capital's nobility had organized it, desperate to honor their saviors in the most ostentatious way possible. Naruto had tried to avoid it, but Aqua had insisted. We earned this, she said, dragging him toward the palace. One night of luxury isn't going to kill you. It might. I've never worn formal clothes in my life. There's a first time for everything. She wasn't wrong. The suit the palace tailors had provided was uncomfortable but well-made. Black with orange accents, because apparently his reputation preceded him. Aqua herself was wearing a dress that matched her hair, flowing and elegant and entirely too expensive. You clean up nice, she said, eyeing him critically. Almost presentable. Thanks, I think. The ball was everything Naruto had expected and feared. Nobles trying to curry favor, merchants offering business opportunities, marriage proposals from people whose names he forgot immediately. He smiled, nodded, and deflected everything with the social skills decades of being Hokage had taught him. But there were good moments too. Megumin, in a dress she clearly wasn't used to wearing, demonstrating her noble bearing, which mostly involved striking dramatic poses and making explosion noises. Darkness, stunning in formal armor, inadvertently terrifying suitors by describing in detail what she wanted them to do to her. A noble son running away in tears. And Aqua, she was different tonight, less theatrical, more genuine, dancing with him, laughing at his terrible footwork, leaning against his shoulder during slow songs. This is nice, she admitted during one such song. Being treated like someone important. You've always been important. Not like this. As a goddess, I was important because of what I represented. Divine authority, cosmic balance, that kind of thing. She looked up at him. No one ever cared about me. The actual person, behind the title. Their loss. Yeah. She smiled, soft and real. Their loss. They danced until the music stopped, and then they danced some more to music only they could hear. Eris watched from behind a pillar, invisible and conflicted. She'd been observing Naruto Uzumaki since his arrival in this world. Watching through hidden means, tracking his progress, studying his impossible power. She told herself it was for security purposes. That someone this strong needed monitoring. That was a lie. She was fascinated by him, by the way he treated everyone, goddesses, nobles, commoners, with the same basic respect. By the way he fought for his friends without hesitation. By the way he'd broken every expectation the divine realm had of reincarnated heroes. And she was jealous of Aqua. That was the part she couldn't admit, even to herself. Aqua, of all people, had stumbled into the companionship of someone extraordinary. Aqua, who was vain and petty and had never taken her divine duties seriously. It wasn't fair. But then again, when had fairness ever been a divine priority? Eris watched them dance, watched them laugh, watched something beautiful begin to form between them, and she made a decision. If she wanted to understand Naruto Uzumaki, if she wanted to be part of whatever was happening here, she'd have to take matters into her own hands. Tomorrow she would descend, not as Eris, goddess of luck and fortune, as Chris, humble thief, seeker of adventure, coincidentally in the right place at the right time. What could possibly go wrong? Chapter 2 End Chapter 3. The crusader who couldn't be broken darkness was having the worst week of her life. Not because of the fighting that had been glorious. The battle against Beldia's army. The desperate charge through undead hordes. That perfect moment when the general's fist had slammed into her with enough force to crater the ground. She still shivered thinking about it. No, the problem was what came after. You're doing it again, Naruto said flatly. Doing what? Spacing out with that creepy smile on your face. Darkness blinked, realizing she'd been standing in the middle of the guild hall with her breakfast getting cold, replaying the Beldia fight for the 100th time. Several other adventurers were giving her concerned looks. I was merely reminiscing about our tactical victory. You were fantasizing about getting punched. I was not. She caught Megumin's knowing smirk and Aqua's exasperated eye roll. Perhaps slightly. Thought so. Naruto pushed a chair out with his foot. Sit. Eat. We've got work to do. She sat, trying to focus on her meal instead of the memory of Beldia's killing intent washing over her. It had been so pure, so overwhelming. The genuine desire to end her existence, directed entirely at her. Darkness. Yes, present. Focusing. Naruto sighed and slid a piece of paper across the table. New quest. A noble's estate has been attacked by some kind of monster. Witnesses describe it as a shadow beast that moves through walls and can't be killed by normal weapons. Another demon? Megumin perked up. Can I explode it? Probably not. The estate is still standing, and I'd like to keep it that way. Ugh. What's the point of having ultimate destructive power if I can't use it? You used it 3 days ago. That was 3 whole days. Aqua grabbed the quest paper, scanning it quickly. This isn't a demon, or undead. It's... She frowned. Actually, I'm not sure what it is. The description doesn't match anything in my divine knowledge. Something new. Darkness felt a spike of interest. Unknown creatures were unpredictable. Unpredictable meant dangerous. Dangerous meant... Stop it, Naruto said. I didn't say anything. Your face said it for you. Damn. He was getting too good at reading her. The guild door swung open, letting in morning sunlight and a figure darkness didn't recognize. A young woman with silver hair, wearing the light armor of a thief class. She moved with practiced grace, scanning the room before her eyes landed on their table. Hi there. The woman bounced over with entirely too much energy for this hour. You're Naruto's party, right? The ones who killed all those Demon King generals. That's us, Naruto confirmed. And you are. Chris. She stuck out her hand for a shake. Thief class, jack of all trades, seeker of adventure. I heard you were taking on the Shadow Beast quest, and I was wondering if I could tag along. Darkness studied the newcomer with a trained eye. There was something off about her. Nothing obvious, but years of noble education had taught her to recognize when someone was performing. This Chris was definitely performing. Why? She asked bluntly. Huh. Why do you want to join us specifically? There are dozens of parties in this guild. Chris's smile flickered for just a moment. Well, you're the most famous. Everyone's talking about how you took down 3 generals. That kind of experience is invaluable. Or, Darkness continued, you're hoping to use our reputation to enhance your own. Ride our success to higher rank quests without earning it. Darkness, Naruto said warningly. I'm merely being cautious. We know nothing about this person. She's right to be suspicious, Chris said, and her whole demeanor shifted. The bubbly act dropped away, replaced by something more serious. More real. You don't survive long as a thief without learning to spot hidden agendas. I respect that. So what's your real agenda? Chris was quiet for a moment. Then, I've been tracking the Shadow Beast for 2 weeks. It's killed 6 people that I know of and probably more I don't. Every party that's gone after it has either failed or died. I need help, and you're the only ones I've seen who might actually be able to stop it. The honesty was refreshing. Darkness found herself reassessing the thief. Why not say that from the start? Because, please help me kill an unkillable monster that's already wiped out multiple parties isn't a great opening line. Chris shrugged. The peppy act usually works better. Naruto had been watching the exchange silently. Now he spoke up. What do you know about the creature? More than what's in the quest posting. Quite a bit, actually. Chris pulled out a worn notebook, flipping through pages of sketches and notes. It's not just a shadow beast. It's something called a nightmare, a creature from the space between dimensions. They feed on fear and can only be hurt by attacks that target the soul directly. Soul attacks. Aqua straightened in her chair. That's divine domain. Exactly. Which is why I came to you. Chris met Aqua's eyes. Word is you're actually a goddess. Fallen or trapped or whatever, but still divine. Your magic should be able to affect it. Aqua preened slightly. Well, I am the goddess Aqua, mistress of... She's on our team. Naruto cut in. If your intel is good, we can probably handle this thing. But I want to know everything you know before we commit. Chris nodded and started talking. The noble's estate was 3 hours outside the capital, set in rolling hills that would have been picturesque if not for the aura of wrongness hanging over them. As they approached, Darkness felt it, a pressure in the air, a sense of being watched by something that existed just outside normal perception. It knows we're here, Chris murmured. Nightmares can sense strong souls. And you all. She glanced at Naruto. You're basically a beacon. Good. Saves us the trouble of hunting it. That's not, never mind. The estate itself was abandoned, its residents having fled after the first attacks. Furniture lay scattered, windows were broken, and dark stains marked the floors in several rooms. Blood, Darkness noted, examining one of the stains. But no bodies. Nightmares consume their victims entirely. Body, soul, everything. That's why they're so dangerous. There's no coming back. No resurrection. No afterlife. Chris's voice was grim. Just nothing. Cheerful. I try. Naruto was moving through the estate systematically, shadow clones spreading out to cover more ground. His eyes were closed, focusing on something internal. It's in the basement, he said after a moment. I can feel it. Kurama can feel it. Something wrong, twisted, not quite real. It's hungry, Kurama added in Naruto's mind. And it's been waiting. This is a trap, Kit. Obviously. But we can't leave it here to keep killing people. I know. Just wanted to make sure you knew what you were walking into. Always. The basement stairs descended into darkness that seemed thicker than it should be. Naruto led the way, golden chakra illuminating the space around him. Darkness followed close behind, shield raised, every sense alert for danger. Behind her, Megumin was muttering preparation incantations under her breath, building up power for a spell she might not be able to use safely in an enclosed space. Aqua's hands glowed with divine light. Chris moved silently, daggers drawn. The basement was larger than the house above would suggest. Impossibly larger, stretching into shadows that the light couldn't penetrate. Space distortion, Aqua said quietly. It's made a pocket dimension. We're not in the normal world anymore. Can you get us out? Maybe. But if we leave without killing it, it'll just find new victims. Then we kill it first. Something laughed in the darkness. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off walls that might not exist. Deep, hungry, amused. Interesting. The nightmare spoke, its voice like grinding glass. You brought a goddess. I haven't tasted divine essence in so long. Show yourself, Naruto commanded. Demanding. I like that. The shadows coalesced. The nightmare was everything and nothing at once. A shape that suggested form without committing to it. Eyes that weren't eyes. A mouth that wasn't a mouth. It existed in the corner of perception, always slightly wrong, always just out of focus. Darkness felt fear for the first time in years. Not the enjoyable fear of battle, the thrill of facing a worthy opponent. This was primal. Wrong. Her body wanted to run, to hide, to get as far away from this thing as possible. She held her ground. That, she said through gritted teeth, is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Thank you. The nightmare drifted closer. Your fear is delicious, so refined, so controlled. You've trained yourself not to break. I'm a crusader. We don't break. Everyone breaks eventually. Let me show you. It moved. Darkness had been trained by the best sword masters in the kingdom. She'd faced monsters, bandits, demons, generals. She'd never seen anything move like the nightmare. One moment it was across the room. The next it was inside her. Not physically, spiritually. She felt its presence invading her mind, rifling through memories like pages in a book. Her childhood, her training, her secret desires, the shame she'd carried for years, the needs she couldn't explain, the parts of herself she hid from everyone. Oh my, the nightmare purred. You're fascinating. So much pain, so much longing, all twisted together into something beautiful. The noble daughter who wants to be degraded, the proud knight who craves submission. Let me give you what you truly desire. The world changed. Suddenly darkness was back home, kneeling before her father's court. Nobles laughed at her, pointed at her, threw rotten vegetables. Her armor was gone. Her dignity was gone. She was nothing but a spectacle for their amusement. Yes, the nightmare whispered. This is what you want. This is your deepest fantasy. Let me make it real. Let me... That's not right. The voice cut through the illusion like a blade. Darkness blinked, and the court was gone. She was back in the basement, the nightmare recoiling as if struck. Naruto stood between them, golden chakra blazing. Get out of her head, he said quietly. Now. You can't command me, mortal. I am fear itself. You're a parasite that feeds on people's pain. Naruto's voice was cold. I've met your kind before. Beings that twist what people want, that turn their own minds against them. You think you're special, but you're just another predator. And you think you can stop me? The nightmare laughed. I've existed since before your world had gods. I've consumed civilizations. I've eaten dimensions. What could you possibly? Naruto moved. Not with speed, with intent. One moment he was standing still. The next his hand was inside the nightmare's form, gripping something that shouldn't have been grippable. What? Found it. Naruto's eyes were hard. Your core. The part of you that's actually real. Hidden behind all the shadows and illusions. Impossible. I am formless. I have an O. Everything has a core, a soul, a truth. His grip tightened. Yours is small and pathetic, hiding behind fear because you can't face anything else. Release me, Aqua. Now. Divine light erupted from behind Naruto. Aqua stepped forward, both hands blazing with purification magic, and pressed them against the nightmare's form. No! Nu! The creature thrashed, screamed, tried to escape, but Naruto's grip was iron, and Aqua's magic was relentless. Layer after layer of shadow burned away, revealing the thing beneath, small, twisted, barely more than a frightened animal. This is what you really are, Aqua said, her voice carrying divine authority. Not fear incarnate, not a dimensional horror, just a scared creature that learned to hurt others before they could hurt it. Please. The nightmare's voice was different now, smaller, almost pitiable. Please, I'll leave. I'll never come back. Just don't. You killed people, Naruto said. Consumed them entirely. No afterlife. No peace. Just nothing. I was hungry. I had to. There's always a choice. The purification intensified. The nightmare screamed one final time, and then it was gone. Not destroyed, but cleansed. Reformed into something new. Something that couldn't hurt anyone anymore. A small, luminous creature hovered where the horror had been. It looked confused, innocent, newborn. What happened? Darkness managed. She was on her knees, shaking. The memories the nightmare had stirred up were still fresh, still painful. I purified it, Aqua said softly. Burned away the corruption, the hunger, the need to cause pain. What's left is, I don't know, something clean. Something that might become better than what it was. The luminous creature chirped, drifting toward Aqua curiously. She held out her hand, and it settled on her palm like a glowing bird. I'll take it to the celestial realm, she decided. See if they can figure out what to do with it. But this won't happen again. Naruto nodded, then turned to Darkness. His expression softened. Hey, you okay? She wanted to lie, to put on her usual facade, laugh it off, turn it into some kind of joke about punishment. But she couldn't. Not after what the nightmare had done. Not after having her deepest self laid bare. No, she admitted. I'm not okay. He knelt beside her, putting a hand on her shoulder. Want to talk about it? It showed me things, made me feel things. My desires. She couldn't meet his eyes. You must think I'm disgusting. Why would I think that? Because I want pain. I want suffering. What kind of person? A person who's spent her whole life being told she has to be perfect. Naruto's voice was gentle. Noble daughter. Proud knight. Always strong, always composed. Never allowed to be weak. Maybe wanting someone to take that control away isn't disgusting. Maybe it's just human. Darkness looked at him. Really looked, searching for disgust, for judgment, for the rejection she'd always expected. She found none. You don't think less of me? I think you're one of the bravest people I've ever met. You put yourself between that thing and your teammates without hesitation. You faced your deepest fears and didn't break. He smiled slightly. The fact that you've got some unusual desires doesn't change any of that. Something cracked in Darkness's chest. Something that had been locked away for years. She started crying. Not the dramatic tears of her usual performances. Real tears, ugly and raw, streaming down her face as years of shame and isolation poured out. Naruto just held her, letting her cry, not trying to fix anything or offer platitudes. Behind them, Megumin and Chris watched in awkward silence. Aqua quietly led them away, giving Darkness privacy. He's something else, Chris murmured. Yeah, Aqua agreed, looking back at Naruto with an expression she couldn't quite hide. He really is. They returned to Axel that evening. The quest was complete. The shadow beast was neutralized. 6 deaths avenged, future victims saved. By any measure, it was a success. Darkness didn't feel successful. She felt exposed, raw, like a wound that had been torn open and left to air. Every interaction felt different now. Every look Naruto gave her made her heart rate spike. He'd seen her, really seen her, without the armor or the act or the desperate performances. And he hadn't turned away. She didn't know what to do with that. "Can we talk?" The words came out before she could stop them. They were back at the inn, the others already heading to their rooms, and darkness had intercepted Naruto in the hallway. "Sure. Your room or mine?" "Yours. I don't trust myself in my own space right now." He nodded without asking for clarification and led her to his room. It was simple, utilitarian, the space of someone who didn't care about comfort. A bed, a desk, a window. No decorations, no personal touches. He'd only been in this world for weeks. Darkness reminded herself. He hadn't had time to make it home. So, Naruto sat on the bed, leaving the chair for her. "What's on your mind?" "Everything." She remained standing, too agitated to sit. "What that creature showed me. What you said. I can't stop thinking about it." "About what specifically?" "About." She took a breath. "You said wanting someone to take control away isn't disgusting. You said it's human." "I meant it. But why? Why would anyone want that?" "I've asked myself that question for years, and I've never found an answer that makes sense." Naruto was quiet for a moment, thinking. Then, "Can I tell you about someone I knew? Someone from my world." Darkness nodded. "His name was Gaara. When I met him, he was broken. He'd been raised as a weapon, isolated from everyone, told his entire life that love didn't exist and power was the only thing that mattered. He killed people without remorse because he'd never learned that they were real." "What happened to him?" "I beat the crap out of him." Naruto smiled slightly at the memory. "Not because I was stronger, I wasn't back then. I won because I understood something he didn't. He wanted to be beaten. Not consciously, but deep down. He was exhausted from being the monster everyone expected him to be. He needed someone to show him another way. And after you beat him, he changed. Slowly, painfully, but he changed. He became the leader of his village. Found friends. Found purpose. Became one of the best people I ever knew." Naruto's smile faded. "My point is, sometimes the thing we think is shameful is actually a sign of something deeper." Gaara's desire to be beaten wasn't weakness. It was his soul crying out for connection. Maybe yours is too. Darkness felt tears threatening again. She pushed them down. "I've spent my whole life trying to hide what I am. Performing. Pretending. The few times I let the mask slip, people looked at me like I was diseased. Those people were idiots. They were normal. I'm the one who's normal is overrated." Naruto stood, moving closer. "The people I respect most in my life were all abnormal. Weird. Different. They embraced what made them unique instead of trying to fit into boxes that didn't suit them. That's easy for you to say. You're you." She gestured vaguely at him. "Impossibly powerful. Impossibly kind. Impossibly. Impossibly what?" "Perfect." He laughed. Actually laughed. Hard enough that he had to sit back down. "What's so funny?" "Me. Perfect." He wiped his eyes. "Darkness. I'm the furthest thing from perfect you'll ever meet. I'm stubborn to the point of stupidity. I hold grudges. I make decisions based on emotion instead of logic. I spent half my life chasing someone who didn't want to be saved because I couldn't accept that he'd made his own choice. But I'm just a guy who refuses to give up. That's it. That's my whole secret. I'm too dumb to know when I'm beaten, so I keep fighting until I win or die." He shook his head. "There's nothing perfect about that. It's just me." Darkness stared at him. This man who'd killed generals, who'd matched gods, who'd inspired an entire kingdom, and he genuinely didn't see himself as special. "You're an idiot," she said. "I've been told. A complete and utter idiot." "Yep. And I think—" She stopped, struggling with the words. "I think I might." She couldn't finish. The admission was too big, too terrifying, too likely to destroy her if it was rejected. Naruto waited, patient. "I think I might have feelings for you," Darkness finally managed. "Real feelings. Not the fantasies I usually have about anyone strong enough to hurt me. Something deeper. The silence stretched between them. Then Naruto spoke, his voice careful. Darkness. Lalatina. You're important to me. Part of my team. Part of my family. I care about what happens to you. But I'm not going to take advantage of someone who's emotionally vulnerable. You just had your mind invaded by a nightmare creature. Everything you're feeling right now is heightened, confused. You deserve better than a decision made in that state. Darkness felt her heart crack. So that's a no. That's a not yet. He met her eyes. Give yourself time to process what happened. Figure out what you actually want versus what the trauma is making you feel. And if you still feel the same way after that. He paused. Then we can talk. It wasn't rejection. Not exactly. But it wasn't acceptance either. You're too considerate, she said. It's infuriating. Sorry. Don't apologize. That makes it worse. He smiled, and despite everything, she found herself smiling back. Fine, she said. I'll wait, process, whatever. But this isn't over. Didn't think it was. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. Naruto. Yeah. Thank you. For today. For everything. Anytime. She left, closing the door behind her. In the hallway, she leaned against the wall and let out a breath she hadn't known she'd been holding. Not yet, he'd said. Not never. Just not yet. For the first time in her life, darkness had something better than a fantasy to hold on to. She had hope. Chris found Naruto on the inn's roof an hour later. He was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, apparently meditating. But he spoke before she reached him. You move quietly. Most people wouldn't have heard you. Most people aren't you. She settled beside him, looking out over the sleeping town. Can't sleep. Processing. Lots to think about. The nightmare, among other things. He opened his eyes, glancing at her. You're good, you know. With the daggers, the movement, the observation skills. Better than most thieves I've seen. I've had practice. How long have you been watching us? Before you approached in the guild. Chris went still. You knew. Suspected. Confirmed it just now. He smiled slightly. Your surprise was genuine. That means you're not used to being caught. I wasn't. Relax. I don't care about being watched. I care about why you were watching. He turned to face her fully. So, why? Chris considered lying. Considered deflecting. Considered a dozen ways to avoid this conversation. Then she looked at Naruto's eyes, open, curious, without judgment, and decided to take a risk. My name isn't Chris. I figured. It's Eris. I'm a goddess. The goddess of luck and fortune. Naruto showed no surprise. Aqua's colleague? Sort of. We work in the same divine realm, but different departments. She pulled off her eye patch, revealing a perfectly normal eye beneath. This is a disguise. A way to walk among mortals without being recognized. Why the disguise? Why not just come down as yourself? Because goddesses aren't supposed to interfere directly. We can guide, influence, inspire, but not act. The rules are strict. She looked at her hands. But you changed things. When you killed Verdia, then Beldia, then the Golem General. The divine realm took notice. We've been trying to stop Maxwell for 1,000 years and never made a dent. You did more in weeks than all the heroes we've sent combined. So you came to investigate. To understand. She met his eyes. What are you, Naruto Uzumaki? You're not from this world. You're not from any world I know. Your power breaks our measurement systems. Your soul is tied to Aqua in ways that shouldn't be possible. Everything about you is wrong. Wrong. Different. Outside the patterns. Like you're a variable that wasn't supposed to exist. Naruto was quiet for a moment. Then, where I come from, there's a prophecy. A child of destiny who would bring peace to the world. I spent most of my life being told I was that child. That everything I did was predetermined. Written in the stars. He shrugged. I rejected it. Not the responsibility that I accepted, But the idea that my choices didn't matter, that I was just following a script. Every decision I made because I believed it was right. Not because fate told me to. You defied prophecy? I fulfilled it by ignoring it. Does that make sense? No. But somehow it fits. Eris laughed softly. A hero who succeeds by refusing to follow the rules. No wonder Maxwell is terrified of you. He's terrified? More than he's been in centuries. The divine realm watches him too, you know. We've seen what he does when he feels threatened. He's not going to wait for you to come to him. He's going to throw everything he has at stopping you before you get any stronger. Good. Naruto's smile was sharp. I was getting bored with generals anyway. Eris stared at him. You're serious. You're actually looking forward to the Demon King escalating. He killed people. Innocent people. For centuries. Every day he exists is a day someone else might die because of him. The smile faded. I don't enjoy violence. But I do enjoy stopping monsters. And Maxwell is the biggest monster in this world. Even if it costs you your life? My life ended once already. I'm living on borrowed time. He looked up at the stars. Might as well make it count. Eris felt something shift in her chest. Something she hadn't felt in millennia. I want to help, she heard herself say. Not just observe. Actually help. Why? Because you're right. Every day Maxwell exists, people suffer. And I'm tired of watching from the sidelines, following rules that haven't worked. She stood, facing him directly. I'm a goddess of luck. I can influence probability, tip scales in your favor, create opportunities that wouldn't otherwise exist. Let me use that for something that matters. Naruto studied her for a long moment. You'd be breaking divine law. Yes. The other gods won't be happy. Probably not. You could lose your position, your power, everything you've built. I know. She didn't waver. Is that a problem? Another long pause. Then Naruto smiled. Not the sharp smile from before, but something warmer. Welcome to the team, Eris. Chris, she corrected. While I'm down here, I'm Chris. It's safer. Chris, then. He stood, extending his hand. Partners. She took it. Partners. The next morning brought news from the capital. A messenger arrived at dawn, breathless and pale, carrying an official summons from the king himself. The party was requested, no ordered, to attend an emergency council session. What's this about? Megumin demanded, still half asleep. Doesn't say. Naruto scanned the summons. But the urgency suggests nothing good. They traveled fast, reaching the capital by midday. The palace was in chaos. Servants rushing everywhere, nobles arguing in corridors, guards on high alert. Commander Alexis met them at the gate. Thank the gods you're here. We have a situation. What kind of situation? The Demon King sent an envoy. Naruto's eyes narrowed. An envoy. She arrived this morning. Walked right through our defenses like they weren't there. Asked to speak with our most powerful warrior. Alexis's jaw tightened. She's waiting in the throne room. The king doesn't know what to do. Who is she? She calls herself the Fallen Star. The hero turned villain from Alexis's briefing. The one who'd been corrupted years ago. I thought she died with Beldia's army, Aqua said. So did we. Apparently not. Naruto considered the situation. An envoy from Maxwell, sent specifically to find him. Either a trap, a negotiation, or something else entirely. Only one way to find out. Take me to her. The throne room was vast, designed to intimidate visitors with its soaring ceilings and massive throne. The king sat rigidly in his seat, surrounded by nervous advisors. Guards lined the walls, weapons ready. And in the center of the room stood a woman. She was beautiful in a tragic way. Silver hair that had probably once been gold, skin too pale, eyes that shifted between human blue and demonic red. She wore armor that mixed heroic styling with corrupted additions. A visual reminder of what she'd been and what she'd become. So you're the one. Her voice was soft, melodic. Naruto Uzumaki, the Orange Hokage, the general killer. That's me. And you're the fallen star. Got a real name. Something flickered in her expression. Pain, maybe, or longing. I was called Serena. Once. Before. Before Maxwell turned you. He didn't turn me. Her voice hardened. He showed me the truth. The weakness of this world. The futility of heroism. The freedom that comes from accepting power without constraint. Sounds like something someone tells themselves to justify becoming a monster. Serena smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Perhaps. Or perhaps you simply don't understand yet. You will eventually. They all do. Is that the message? Join us or become a monster? The message is an offer. She stepped closer, and the guards tensed. Maxwell is impressed by you, your power, your potential. He believes you could become something magnificent, if properly guided. Guided by him? By someone who understands what you could be. You're wasted as a hero, Naruto Uzumaki. Protecting the weak, serving the ungrateful, dying for people who will forget your sacrifice within a generation. Her red-tinted eyes burned with conviction. With Maxwell's resources, you could reshape this world. Create something lasting. Something real. Naruto let the offer hang in the air. Then he laughed. Let me get this straight. Your boss, who I've humiliated 3 times now, wants me to switch sides. And he sent you. A corrupted hero who's literally proof of what he does to people. To make the pitch. He shook his head. That's either incredibly arrogant or incredibly stupid. Maybe both. Serena's expression flickered. You refuse. Obviously. Even knowing what Maxwell will do in response? What's he going to do? Send more generals? I'll kill them. Attack more towns? I'll save them. Come after me personally. Naruto stepped forward, meeting her eyes without fear. I'm counting on it. For a moment, something cracked in Serena's composure. Something almost human. You don't understand, she whispered. I've seen what he does to heroes who reject him. The things he... She stopped, visibly pulling herself together. I came here as a courtesy, a final chance. If you refuse, there is no more negotiation. Only war. War started the moment he threatened my friend. Naruto's voice was cold. Tell Maxwell that if he wants to end this, he knows where to find me. But he should come himself, not send lackeys. Because I'm done playing with the help. Serena stared at him for a long moment. Then, impossibly, she smiled. A real smile, sad and relieved and bitter all at once. I hoped you'd say that, she said quietly. Too quietly for anyone else to hear. Kill me when we next meet, Naruto Uzumaki. Set me free. Before he could respond, she turned and walked toward the exit. The guards moved to stop her, but she was already gone, vanishing into shadows like she'd never been there at all. Silence filled the throne room. Well, the king said finally, that could have gone worse. Your Majesty. Naruto turned to face the throne. I meant what I said. War is coming. Maxwell isn't going to stop until either he's destroyed or everyone who opposes him is dead. What do you suggest? Prepare. Train your armies. Fortify your defenses. And when the time comes, he met the king's eyes. Let me lead the charge. I'm going to end this. One way or another. The king studied him for a long moment. You have the kingdom's full support, he declared. Whatever resources you need, whatever authority you require. Commander Alexis, see to it that Sir Uzumaki has everything he asks for. Yes, Your Majesty. Naruto nodded, then turned and walked out of the throne room. His team fell in beside him. That was intense, Chris murmured. Maxwell's scared. Naruto's voice was grim. Scared enough to try negotiation instead of force. Which means we're closer to winning than I thought. Or, Aqua countered, he's buying time. Setting up something bigger. Probably both. Naruto pushed through the palace doors into the sunlight. Either way, we need to be ready. This is going to get worse before it gets better. Worse than dimension-eating nightmares and zombie armies? Yeah. He looked toward the eastern horizon, toward the darkness he knew was gathering there. A lot worse. Training intensified. The king's resources meant access to better equipment, more information, and facilities that made the guild's training yard look like a playground. Naruto used all of it. Megumin's casting time dropped from 2 minutes to 45 seconds. Her stamina increased enough to fire 2 full-power explosions before collapsing. She was working on 3. Darkness's accuracy improved from hopeless to inconsistent. More importantly, she learned to channel her need for punishment into something productive, deliberately drawing enemy attention and converting absorbed damage into retaliatory force. Aqua mastered combat applications of her divine magic. Holy water constructs, purifying barriers, even a divine healing field that could restore allies while damaging undead. She wasn't deadweight anymore. She was devastating. And Chris Eris provided something none of them had expected: intel. Maxwell has 6 generals remaining, she reported during one of their strategy sessions. 3 are stationed at his castle as final defenses. The other 3 are scattered across the continent, each commanding a region of his territory. Names? Abilities? Hans, a slime creature who can poison entire water supplies. Sylvia, a chimera with multiple monster forms. And Wiz, who's complicated. Complicated how? Chris hesitated. She's a lich, incredibly powerful undead magic. But she's also different from the others, less overtly evil. There are reports of her running a shop in disguise, selling magical items to adventurers. An undead shopkeeper? I know how it sounds, but my sources are reliable. She maintains her position under Maxwell through power, not loyalty. If approached correctly, she might be willing to switch sides. Naruto filed that away. A potential ally among the enemy ranks could be invaluable. What about the castle itself? Defenses. Extensive. Physical barriers, magical wards, dimensional anchors to prevent teleportation. The only way in is through the front door. Chris pulled out a map, pointing to the central structure. And the front door is guarded by the 3 remaining generals plus whatever army Maxwell can summon at a moment's notice. So we'd need to take out the regional generals first. Weaken his forces before the final assault. That's the strategic approach, yes. Then that's what we do. Naruto studied the map, planning. Hans first. Poison abilities are too dangerous to leave active while we're fighting others. Agreed. His territory is here. Chris indicated a swampy region to the south. 3 weeks travel, maybe 2 if we push. We leave tomorrow. That night, Naruto found himself on the roof again. This time, it was Aqua who joined him. You're worried, she said, settling beside him. Is it that obvious? To me, it is. She looked at the stars. We've been connected since you dragged me into this world. Sometimes I can feel what you're feeling. Not clearly, but impressions. That's not creepy at all, says the man who can sense everyone's emotions through chakra. Fair point. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. The fallen star, Aqua said eventually. Serena, what she said at the end. Did you hear it? Yeah. She asked you to kill her. Yeah. Are you going to? Naruto was quiet for a long moment. If there's no other way, if she's really beyond saving. He clenched his fists. But I don't believe anyone is truly beyond saving. Not really. There's always a chance. Even for someone who's been corrupted for years? Who's done terrible things? Especially for them. He looked at her. I've watched people come back from the worst places imaginable. Enemies who became friends. Villains who became heroes. If there's even a sliver of the person they used to be left inside, I have to try to reach it. Aqua studied his face in the starlight. You really believe that? It's not about belief. It's about choice. Every moment, every breath is a chance to choose differently. To be better than you were. Giving up on people means giving up on that possibility. And if you're wrong, if some people really are beyond redemption, then I'll deal with it when I have to, but not before. Not until I've exhausted every other option. Aqua was quiet for a long time after that. Then she leaned against his shoulder, and he put his arm around her, and they watched the stars will overhead in silence. No words were needed. Some things went beyond words. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Divine intervention. The swamp stank of death. Not the clean death of battle or the peaceful death of old age. This was rot, corruption, the slow decay of everything that had once been alive, twisted into something wrong. "I hate this place," Megumin announced, for the 7th time in an hour. "We know," everyone replied in unison. They'd been trudging through Hans's territory for 3 days. The regional general had chosen his domain well. A vast marshland that stretched for hundreds of miles, filled with poisoned water, toxic plants, and creatures that had adapted to the corruption. Normal armies couldn't survive here. Normal adventurers died within days. Naruto's team wasn't normal. "Movement ahead," Chris reported, dropping from a tree branch. Her scouting had been invaluable, guiding them through the safest paths. A patrol, 12 slime creatures, roughly human-sized. Hans's minions? Probably. They're heading this way. Naruto considered the options. Fight and risk alerting Hans to their location, or hide and let them pass. "We take them quietly," he decided. "Darkness. Can you draw their attention without making noise?" "I can try, but my usual method involves a lot of screaming." "Maybe don't do that." "Understood." The patrol appeared moments later, humanoid shapes made of translucent green slime, each one rippling with internal motion. They moved silently through the swamp, searching for intruders. Darkness stepped into their path. The slimes immediately focused on her, sensing the powerful soul within. They surged forward, surrounding her, beginning to engulf. Naruto's clones struck. 12 simultaneous attacks, each one a Rasengan that dispersed the slimes into harmless puddles. The whole engagement took less than 3 seconds. "That was anticlimactic," Megumin complained. "Good. Anticlimactic means we're not losing." They pressed on. Hans's lair was a ruined temple at the swamp's center, half submerged in poisoned water. The structure had probably been beautiful once. Intricate carvings, soaring spires, testament to a civilization long dead. Now it was a monument to corruption, every surface covered in slime and decay. "He's in there," Aqua confirmed, her divine senses reaching toward the temple. "I can feel him. It's disgusting, like a wound in reality." "Any defenses?" "The whole swamp is his defense. He's merged with it somehow. The poison, the creatures, the corruption. It all flows from him. So if we kill him, the swamp might recover. Eventually." Naruto nodded. "Then let's end this." They approached the temple openly. No point in stealth now. Hans had surely noticed them the moment they entered his territory. Better to face him on their terms than be ambushed. The temple doors, massive stone slabs covered in slime, swung open as they approached. "Welcome, heroes." The voice echoed from within, wet and gurgling. They entered to find a vast chamber, the ceiling lost in darkness, the floor covered in ankle-deep water that burned with corruption. And in the center, Hans waited. He barely resembled anything human anymore. A massive slime creature, 20 feet tall, with a vaguely humanoid shape that constantly shifted and reformed. Eyes appeared and disappeared across his surface. Mouths opened to speak, then dissolved back into the mass. "I've been expecting you," Hans gurgled. "The general killers. The ones who destroyed Verdia, Beldia, the golem. Maxwell warned us about you. And yet you stayed here," Naruto observed. "Didn't run. Didn't hide. Why would I? This is my domain. My power. Here. I am a god." Multiple mouths smiled across his surface. "Let me show you." The water around them erupted. Tendrils of corrupted slime burst from the floor, walls, ceiling, everywhere at once. They grabbed for the party, trying to engulf, to dissolve, to absorb. Darkness threw herself in front of Aqua, taking a dozen tendrils that had been aimed at the goddess. They wrapped around her armor, beginning to eat through the metal. "Yes," she screamed. "Dissolve me. Consume my flesh. Darkness. This is not the time." Megumin was already chanting, but the tendrils kept interrupting her. forcing her to dodge instead of cast. Chris flickered through the chaos, daggers flashing, but every tendril she cut regenerated instantly. Naruto moved. Golden chakra blazed around him as he tore through the tendrils, creating a clear space around his team. But Hans was everywhere. The water, the walls, the very air seemed to be part of him. "You can't kill what has no body," Hans laughed. "I am this place. Every drop of water, every speck of mud, every corrupt creature. To destroy me, you'd have to destroy the entire swamp. That can be arranged." Naruto formed hand signs. "Megumin, on my mark. I can't cast. The tendrils? Trust me." He slammed his palms together. Sealing art, isolation barrier. A dome of golden energy erupted from his hands, expanding outward until it encompassed the entire temple. The tendrils connected to the outside world were severed, dissolving into harmless goo. Hans screamed, a wet, horrible sound. "What did you do?" "Cut you off from your domain. Right now, your mass is limited to what's inside this barrier." Naruto looked at Megumin. "Which means you're a valid target. Now!" Explosion! The blast filled the barrier, contained by Naruto's seal. Instead of dispersing across the swamp, all that destructive force was concentrated on Hans alone. When the light faded, the general was barely holding together. His massive form had been reduced to a puddle barely 3 feet across, struggling to reform. "No. Impossible. I am." Aqua stepped forward, divine light blazing from her hands. "You were a monster," she said quietly. "You poisoned this land, killed countless innocents, spread corruption wherever you went. The light intensified. Now it ends." Purification magic poured into Hans. Unlike the nightmare, there was nothing to save here. No core of innocence beneath the evil. Just corruption all the way down. Hans dissolved with a final, bubbling scream, and the swamp changed. It started at the temple and spread outward like a wave. The poisoned water cleared. The dead plants began to revive. The toxic creatures collapsed, their animating corruption gone. "It's working," Chris breathed. "The whole region is purifying itself." "His power was holding it in stasis," Aqua explained. "Now that he's gone, the natural order is reasserting itself. Give it a few months, and this could be beautiful again." Naruto released the barrier, letting it dissolve. They stood in the ruins of the temple, surrounded by slowly healing land. "One down," he said. 2 regional generals to go." They made camp on dry ground that night, the first truly clean spot they'd found since entering the swamp. The stars were visible overhead, no longer obscured by toxic fog. "You knew," Megumin said, staring at Naruto across the fire. "You knew that barrier would contain my explosion and cut Hans off from his power source." "I hoped." "You hoped." Strategy isn't about certainty. It's about creating opportunities and being ready to exploit them. That's actually really wise. She paused. "I hate that you're wise." "Sorry." "Don't apologize. It makes it worse." Darkness was examining her armor, which had been significantly damaged by Hans's acid. Several plates were completely dissolved, revealing the padding beneath. "This will need repairs," she said. "Extensive repairs. We'll stop in the next town. The king's funding should cover new equipment. It's not about the cost." Her voice was strange. "During the fight, when the slime was dissolving my armor, I felt something different." "Different how?" "Usually, when I'm being damaged, there's pleasure, excitement, the usual." She looked at her hands. "But this time I felt fear. Real fear. Not the enjoyable kind. The kind that makes you want to run." Naruto waited. "I think it's because of what you said," she continued. "About wanting to be protected. About someone caring whether I live or die. Before, I didn't have that. I could throw myself into danger without consequence because no one would miss me." "That's not true. Your family." "My family sees me as an embarrassment. A noble daughter with shameful desires who refuses to marry appropriately." Bitter laughter. "They'd be relieved if I died heroically." It would solve several problems. Darkness. But now I have you. All of you. She looked around the campfire, at Megumin, pretending not to listen. At Chris, watching with understanding. At Aqua, whose expression was softer than usual. People who actually want me alive. Who would be sad if I died. And suddenly, she trailed off. Suddenly dying doesn't seem as appealing? Aqua offered. It's terrible. Darkness's voice cracked. I spent years perfecting my technique. Throwing myself into danger, absorbing damage meant for others, finding joy in suffering. And now I'm afraid? Now I have something to lose. That's called being human, Naruto said gently. Having something to lose isn't weakness. It's the opposite. It means you have something worth fighting for. I don't know how to fight for something, only to fight as something. The shield, the sacrifice, the one who takes the pain so others don't have to. Then learn. You've got time. She was quiet for a long moment. What if I can't? What if the fear makes me hesitate when it matters, and someone else gets hurt because of it? Then we'll deal with it together. That's what teams do. Darkness stared at him. Then slowly she smiled. You really are infuriating, you know that? I've been told. The second regional general was different. Sylvia's territory was a volcanic region in the north. All ash and fire and molten rock. Unlike Hansa's slow corruption, this was active destruction. Constant eruptions, rivers of lava, air so hot it could cook a person alive. How does anyone live here? Megumin asked, wrapping a wet cloth around her face. They don't, Chris replied grimly. Sylvia wiped out the original population decades ago. This is just a dead zone now. Then why does she stay? Power source. The volcanic activity fuels her transformations. Sylvia was a chimera, a creature of merged beasts and monsters, capable of shifting between forms at will. According to Chris's intel, she'd been a relatively minor threat until she discovered how to absorb the volcanic energy. Now she was one of Maxwell's most dangerous servants. The approach was harder than the swamp. The heat was brutal, even for Naruto's enhanced physiology. Aqua's water magic helped, creating cooling mists around the party, but it was a constant drain on her power. There. Naruto pointed to a massive fortress built directly into the side of an active volcano. That's where she'll be. Of course it's inside a volcano, Darkness muttered. Why wouldn't it be inside a volcano? At least it's dramatic, Megumin offered. I respect the commitment to aesthetics. They were halfway to the fortress when Sylvia found them. She dropped from the sky without warning. A massive creature with the body of a dragon, the heads of a hydra, and wings of pure flame. Her roar shook the ground, sent rocks tumbling, and would have deafened normal humans. Intruders. Her voice was a chorus of tones, each head speaking in unison. You dare enter my domain. We dare a lot of things, Naruto replied. You must be Sylvia. I am Sylvia the Chimera, Sylvia the Flame, Sylvia the Destroyer. The dragon form landed, heads weaving hypnotically. And you are dead. She attacked. Each head breathed a different element. Fire, lightning, ice, poison, pure force. The combined assault would have annihilated an ordinary party instantly. Darkness was there. She'd thrown herself into the path of the breath weapons, somehow surviving the onslaught through sheer stubbornness and her incredible defensive abilities. Her armor was melting, her skin was burning, but she didn't fall. Yes, she screamed. This is pain. This is what I... She caught herself, remembering her conversation from the night before. This is... concerning. I should probably move. Darkness. Get out of there. Naruto's clones swarmed Sylvia's heads, distracting them long enough for him to reach Darkness and pull her to safety. Aqua immediately began healing, divine magic fighting against burns and frostbite and poison all at once. She's too strong, Chris reported, dodging a tail swipe. And she keeps changing. Every time we figure out a weakness, she transforms into something else. It was true. Sylvia was no longer a dragon. She'd shifted into something serpentine, then into a massive insect, then into a creature that seemed to be made of pure fire. She's drawing power from the volcano, Naruto realized. The transformations are fueled by geothermal energy. As long as we're in her territory, she's basically unlimited. So we need to fight her somewhere else? Or cut off her power source? He looked at the volcano, really looked at it, studying the flows of energy with his sage mode perception. There, the main magma chamber. If I can seal it, even temporarily, you'd cause an eruption, Chris finished. A massive one. Not if I do it right. The seal would contain the pressure, not release it. And if you do it wrong, then we all die in a fiery explosion. He shrugged. Megumin would probably approve. I would, came the distant shout. Megumin was keeping Sylvia busy with small-scale explosions. Nothing powerful enough to damage her, but enough to keep her attention. Do it, Darkness said through gritted teeth. Aqua's healing had stabilized her, but she was clearly in pain. Whatever it takes to end this. Naruto nodded and moved. The magma chamber was deep beneath the volcano, accessible only through tunnels that would have killed anyone without extreme heat resistance. Naruto made it through sheer speed, moving faster than the heat could affect him. The chamber itself was beautiful, in a terrifying way. A sea of molten rock, churning and flowing, power beyond measure contained by walls that probably wouldn't hold forever. And there, in the center, was the connection to Sylvia. He could see it with Sage Mode, a thread of energy linking the chimera to the volcano's heart. As long as it existed, she could draw unlimited power. Naruto began the seal. It was complex work, requiring concentration he rarely needed in battle. The symbols had to be precise, the chakra flow exact. One mistake and the volcano would blow. Above, he sensed the battle continuing. Sylvia was pressing his team hard, clearly aware that something was happening. Her attacks grew more desperate, more powerful. Darkness took hit after hit, somehow surviving. Aqua's healing kept her alive, but only barely. Megumin was building toward a full-power explosion, waiting for the right moment. Chris weaved between attacks, buying time. Almost there, Naruto muttered. Just a little more. The seal completed. Sylvia's scream echoed through the mountain as her power source was cut off. The thread of energy connecting her to the volcano snapped, and suddenly she was just a chimera again, powerful but finite. Naruto burst from the volcano's peak just as Megumin finished her incantation. Explosion! This time, there was no barrier to contain the blast. But there didn't need to be. Without her volcanic power, Sylvia couldn't regenerate from the devastation. When the light faded, nothing remained but ash. They rested in a cave outside the volcanic region, everyone exhausted but alive. 2 down, Naruto said. 1 more regional general, then the castle. Whiz, Chris confirmed. The Lich. She's in a territory to the east. Actually, it's not really a territory. She just runs a shop in a mid-sized town. A shop. Magic items. Rare artifacts. She's been doing it for years. The locals know she's undead, but she's never hurt anyone, so they tolerate her. And Maxwell allows this? She's powerful enough that he can't easily replace her. As long as she maintains nominal loyalty and doesn't actively oppose him, he leaves her alone. Chris hesitated. There's something else. Intel suggests she's been secretly helping adventurers, selling items at reduced prices to heroes who are going after other generals. So she might be an ally? Might be. Or it might be a trap. Hard to tell with liches. Naruto considered the situation. A potential ally among the enemy ranks could be invaluable. But walking into a trap could be catastrophic. We approach carefully, he decided. Talk first, fight only if necessary. If there's any chance she's genuinely opposed to Maxwell, we need to take it. And if she's not, then we add her to the list. The journey east took a week. The territory, if it could be called that, was nothing like Hans's corruption or Sylvia's devastation. It was just normal. Farms, villages, people going about their lives. The only sign that anything unusual was happening was the shop at the edge of the largest town. Wiz's Magic Item Emporium, Megumin read from the sign. Reasonable prices. No refunds. Ominous last part. Right? The shop was cozy inside, filled with shelves of magical curiosities. Wands, potions, enchanted jewelry, mysterious artifacts. A treasure trove for any adventurer. And behind the counter stood Wiz. She looked young, early 20s, with long brown hair and a gentle expression. Nothing about her screamed undead abomination or demon king general. "Welcome," she said brightly. "How can I help you today?" Naruto studied her with sage mode. The readings were strange. Undead energy, yes, but also something else. Something almost like the divine essence he felt from Aqua. "You're Wiz," he said. "The Lich, one of Maxwell's generals." The brightness in her expression flickered. "Ah, you're here for that, then." She sighed, setting down the inventory list she'd been holding. "I wondered when someone would come. After Hans and Sylvia, I suppose I was next on the list." "You're not running." "Where would I go? This is my home now. These people are my customers. My friends, some of them." She looked around the shop with something like fondness. "I'm tired of running. Tired of pretending to be something I'm not." "And what are you, exactly? Honestly?" Wiz laughed softly. "I don't know anymore. I was a hero once. Did you know that? Years ago, before Maxwell's rise, I fought against the darkness. Tried to protect people." Her eyes went distant. "But I failed. My party was killed. I was dying. And then Maxwell offered me a choice. Become a lich, serve him forever, or let everything I'd fought for be destroyed. You chose immortality. I chose to keep fighting. Just differently." She met his eyes. "I've been undermining Maxwell for decades, helping heroes in secret, feeding information to the resistance. Every item I sell at a discount, every piece of advice I give, is another small cut against his power. Can you prove that? Not easily. That's rather the point of doing things in secret." She smiled sadly. "I understand if you don't believe me. I've given you no reason to, but I'm asking you to take a chance. Let me help you defeat Maxwell. It's what I've been working toward all along." Naruto was quiet for a long moment. Then he looked at Aqua. "What do you sense?" The goddess closed her eyes, reaching out with her divine perception. "She's telling the truth," Aqua said finally. "Or at least she believes she is. There's no deception in her soul. Just sadness, loss, and hope. Hope that someone would finally come who could end this, who could set her free." Aqua opened her eyes. "She's been waiting for you, Naruto. For a long time." Wiz's composure cracked. Tears formed in her eyes, impossible tears, from a lich who shouldn't have been able to cry. "So long," she whispered. "So many years, pretending, hiding, hoping that someday." "Okay." She looked up. "What?" "I said okay. I believe you." Naruto extended his hand. "Welcome to the team, Wiz." They spent 3 days in Wiz's town, planning and preparing. The Lich's knowledge of Maxwell's forces was extensive. She knew the castle's layout, the remaining general's abilities, the Demon King's own powers and weaknesses. "He's absorbed over 100 heroes' abilities," she explained, sketching diagrams on paper. "Fire magic, ice magic, super strength, super speed, regeneration, flight, he's got everything. Every hero who failed against him just made him stronger." "Sounds unbeatable," Megumin said. "Almost, but there's a weakness." Wiz pointed to a symbol she'd drawn. "Every power he's absorbed is anchored to a core inside him. Destroy the core, and he loses access to all of them." "How do we reach the core?" "That's the problem. It's protected by layers of defensive magic, some of it divine in nature. You'd need," she trailed off looking at Aqua. "You'd need a goddess to break through." All eyes turned to Aqua. "Me? Your purification magic is the only thing that could pierce Maxwell's defenses. Combined with enough raw power to keep him distracted, you could reach his core and destroy it." "That's..." Aqua swallowed. "That's asking me to fight the Demon King directly. Face to face." "Yes, The being who's terrorized this world for 1,000 years, who's killed hundreds of heroes, who tried to corrupt me through my dreams. Yes. And you think I can do this? Wiz nodded. You're not just a goddess, Aqua. You're bonded to one of the most powerful souls I've ever encountered. Together, you might actually have a chance. Aqua was silent for a long time. Then she looked at Naruto. If we do this, she said slowly, if we actually try to fight Maxwell directly, you'll protect me? With everything I have. Even if it means dying? Aqua, answer the question. He met her eyes. Yes, even if it means dying. But I don't plan on dying. And I don't plan on letting you die either. She searched his face for doubt, for hesitation. Found none. Okay, she said finally. Let's do this. That night, Naruto found Chris on the roof of Wiz's shop. Can't sleep. Too much to think about. She shifted to make room for him. We're really doing this. Going after Maxwell himself. Seems that way. Are you scared? Terrified, he admitted. But I've been terrified before. It doesn't stop me. Nothing stops you. There was something in her voice. Admiration, maybe, or something deeper. I've watched you since you arrived. Every challenge, every threat, every impossible situation. You just keep going. It's all I know how to do. That's not true. She turned to face him. You know how to inspire people. How to make them believe in themselves. How to turn enemies into allies with nothing but words and conviction. It's not just anything. Her voice was fierce. I'm a goddess, Naruto. I've watched mortals for millennia. I've seen heroes and villains, saints and sinners, every possible variation of human nature. And I've never seen anyone like you. He didn't know what to say to that. I came down here to observe, Chris continued, to understand what made you different. But the more I watched, the more She stopped, struggling with the words. Chris. Eris. My real name is Eris. And I think I'm falling in love with you. The confession hung in the air between them. I know Aqua has feelings for you, she added quickly. I know Darkness does too. I'm not asking you to choose or reject anyone. I needed you to know. Before the battle. In case we don't come back. In case we don't come back. Naruto was quiet for a long moment. When I was young, he said finally, I thought love was simple. You met someone, you fell for them, you were together forever. Then I grew up and realized it's way more complicated than that. Is that a rejection? It's an explanation. He turned to face her fully. I care about you, Eris. I care about Aqua. I care about Darkness and Megumin and Wiz and everyone else who's become part of my life here. And I'm not going to pretend those feelings are simple or easy to categorize. So what are you saying? I'm saying that when this is over, when Maxwell is dead and the world is safe, we'll figure it out. All of us. Together. He reached out, taking her hand. But right now, I need you focused on surviving. Can you do that for me? She looked at their joined hands. Then at his face. Then she smiled. A real smile, without any of Chris's theatrical brightness. I can do that, she said. Good. They sat together on the roof, hands intertwined, watching the stars will overhead. Neither of them spoke of what might come after. Some things were better left for when there was time to address them. The attack came the next morning. Not from them, they weren't ready yet. From Maxwell. The sky turned dark at dawn, clouds swirling in unnatural patterns. A pressure built in the air, the same pressure Naruto had felt from the nightmare, from Verdia, from every corrupted being he'd faced. But this was stronger. So much stronger. He's here, Wiz breathed. Maxwell himself. He's projecting his presence across the continent. Naruto Uzumaki. The voice came from everywhere. From the sky, the ground, the very air itself. You've destroyed my generals. Corrupted my servants. Turned my most loyal followers against me. Guilty as charged, Naruto replied. I gave you a chance. I offered you power, purpose, a place at my side. You refused. Also guilty. So now I will take from you what you've taken from me. The clouds parted, and something descended. Not Maxwell himself. Even the Demon King couldn't be in two places at once. But a construct of his power, an avatar made of pure demonic energy. 50 feet tall, shaped like a knight in black armor, wielding a sword that seemed to drink the light around it. An avatar, Wiz said grimly. A fraction of his true power, but still stronger than any general. Can we beat it? Maybe. But even if we do, he'll feel everything it feels. He'll know our strategies, our abilities, everything. Then we don't show him everything. Naruto cracked his neck. We give him just enough to think he understands. Then, when we face him for real, we surprise him. Exactly. He stepped forward, facing the avatar. All right, Maxwell. You want to see what I can do? Let's dance. The battle was brutal. The avatar fought with centuries of absorbed combat experience, wielding techniques from dozens of different heroes. Every attack was precisely calculated, every defense perfectly timed. It was like fighting an army in a single body. Naruto matched it blow for blow. Shadow clones swarmed the avatar, dying by the dozens but buying precious seconds. Rasengan after Rasengan slammed into its armor, each one barely scratching the surface. He pushed harder, activating Sage Mode, then Kurama's Chakra Cloak. The avatar adapted, matching his escalation with power of its own. He's learning, Chris shouted from the sidelines. Every technique you use, he's analyzing. I know. That's the point. Show Maxwell just enough. Make him think he understood. Then, Aqua. Now. The goddess struck. She'd been building power throughout the fight, gathering divine energy for a single devastating attack. A lance of pure purification, concentrated into the smallest possible point. It struck the avatar's chest and punched through. The construct screamed with Maxwell's voice, staggering backward. The divine energy was eating away at it from the inside, disrupting the demonic power that held it together. Impossible! Maxwell's voice echoed from the failing avatar. Divine magic shouldn't be able to... Surprise, Naruto said, and drove a Rasengan into the hole Aqua had created. The avatar exploded. Demonic energy scattered in all directions, dissipating into the air. The pressure lifted. The clouds began to clear. Victory. But Naruto didn't celebrate. He stood in the crater where the avatar had been, staring at the sky. He knows now, he said quietly. He knows Aqua can hurt him. He'll prepare for it. Then we just have to be better prepared, Aqua replied. She was exhausted, barely standing, but her voice was firm. We did it once. We'll do it again. The avatar was a fraction of his power. I know. The real Maxwell will be 100 times stronger. I know that too. She moved to stand beside him. But we're not done growing either. And we have something he doesn't. What's that? She smiled. Each other. They left Wiz's town that afternoon, heading toward the Demon King's castle. No more waiting. No more preparation. The time had come. The party had grown. Naruto, Aqua, Darkness, Megumin, Chris, and now Wiz. 6 against an immortal tyrant and his entire remaining army. The odds are terrible, Megumin observed cheerfully. Absolutely catastrophic. We're probably all going to die. Thanks for the encouragement. I'm just saying, when we win anyway, it'll be even more impressive. When we win. Obviously when. Haven't you been paying attention? She grinned. We're the protagonists. We don't lose. Naruto laughed despite himself. Maybe she was right. Maybe, against all odds, they actually had a chance. Or maybe they were walking to their deaths. Either way, they were walking together. And that made all the difference. Maxwell watched them approach through 1,000 magical eyes. The orange Hokage, the fallen goddess, the masochistic crusader, the explosion mage, the traitorous divine agent, and Wiz, the lich who had betrayed him after all these years. 6 heroes, coming to kill him. He should have been confident. He'd defeated hundreds like them, absorbed their powers, added their abilities to his collection. He was stronger than ever, protected by defenses that had never been breached. And yet, something about Naruto Uzumaki made him uneasy. The boy, was he even a boy? He felt ancient, somehow fought like nothing Maxwell had ever seen. His power didn't follow the rules of this world. It came from somewhere else, somewhere beyond Maxwell's understanding. And that goddess, her purification magic had hurt the Avatar more than it should have. Much more. If she could do that to a fraction of his power. My lord! Serena materialized from the shadows. The fallen star, his most loyal servant. She knelt before his throne. They're coming. I know. Shall I intercept them? Maxwell considered. Serena was powerful, one of his best. But against Naruto and his party, she would fall. Just like all the others had fallen. No, he said finally. Let them come. Let them fight through my forces, exhaust themselves against my defenses. And when they finally reach me, weakened and desperate, he smiled, revealing teeth that had long since stopped being human. I will destroy them myself. The castle loomed ahead. 3 generals guarded it. An army of demons surrounded it. Magical wards protected every inch. And at the top, Maxwell waited. Last chance to turn back, Naruto said. No one moved. Didn't think so. He grinned. Let's go save the world. They charged. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. What makes a Hokage? The first wave hit them 3 miles from the castle. Demons poured over the hills like a black tide, thousands of them. Every shape and size, from small imps to massive behemoths. The ground shook with their approach. The air filled with their screams. Naruto didn't slow down. Formation Delta, he shouted. Megumin, clear the path. Darkness, protect her. Everyone else, follow my lead. Megumin was already chanting, her staff glowing with barely contained power. Darkness planted herself in front of the mage, shield raised, face split in a grin that was equal parts terror and anticipation. Explosion! The blast carved a tunnel through the demon horde. Bodies flew. The ground cratered. For a precious few seconds, there was clear ground ahead. Move! They sprinted through the gap before it could close. Naruto's clones fanned out on either side, engaging the demons that tried to cut them off. Aqua's holy light blazed, purifying anything that got too close. Chris flickered through the chaos, her daggers finding vital points with impossible precision. Was unleashed spell after spell. Her lich powers finally turned against the forces she'd once served. The second wave was worse. Elite demons this time, creatures that had earned their rank through centuries of slaughter. They moved with intelligence, coordinating attacks, trying to separate the party. Darkness took the brunt of it. She threw herself into the thickest fighting, drawing attention through sheer presence. Her armor, newly repaired after the Sylvia battle, was already dented and torn. Blood ran from a dozen wounds. Yes! She screamed, blocking a blow that would have killed anyone else. This is it. This is what A demon's claw raked across her back, sending her stumbling. For a moment, something flickered in her expression. Not pleasure. Fear. Then Naruto was there, golden chakra blazing, and the demon was gone. You okay? Darkness touched her back, feeling the wound. That wasn't fun. No, that was just painful. She sounded almost confused. When did pain stop being enjoyable? When you found something worth living for. He didn't wait for a response, diving back into the fight. But darkness stood frozen for a moment, processing his words. Then she raised her shield and charged after him. The third wave brought the first general. He emerged from the castle gates as they approached. A massive figure in ornate armor, wielding a sword that dripped with dark energy. His name was Ragnar, and according to Wiz, he'd been one of Maxwell's original converts. A hero from the very first generation, corrupted so long ago that nothing human remained. Uzumaki. His voice was like grinding stone. My master expected you to reach this point. He wanted me to deliver a message. I'm listening. Turn back. You cannot win. Every step forward brings you closer to annihilation. Ragnar raised his sword. This is your final warning. Naruto considered the general. Powerful, clearly. Ancient. Filled with stolen abilities from countless victims. Counteroffer, he said. Surrender. Tell me everything about Maxwell's defenses. In exchange, I'll make your death quick instead of painful. Ragnar laughed. A horrible, rusty sound. You think you can threaten me? I've killed 100 heroes. 1,000 warriors. What makes you different? Want to find out? The general attacked. He was fast. Faster than anything that size should have been. His sword carved through the air, trailing dark energy that would have corrupted anything it touched. Naruto caught it with his bare hand. Kurama's chakra flared around his palm, neutralizing the corruption before it could take hold. For a frozen moment, Ragnar stared in disbelief. What? Naruto's other hand formed a Rasengan. You asked what makes me different? I'll show you. The technique drilled into Ragnar's chest, shattering his armor. The general flew backward, crashing through a stone wall. Stay down, Naruto advised. Ragnar didn't stay down. He rose from the rubble, damaged but regenerating. The corruption that animated him was knitting his body back together, repairing wounds that should have been fatal. Fool, I cannot be killed by physical force. My master's power sustains me. As long as he lives, Aqua. Holy light engulfed the general. It wasn't a gentle purification like with the nightmare. This was violent, aggressive, burning away centuries of corruption in seconds. Ragnar screamed as his stolen immortality unraveled, as the dark energy that held him together dissolved. No, master, save me. He crumbled to dust. Aqua lowered her hands, breathing hard. That was intense. Can you keep going? Do I have a choice? Not really. Then yes. She squared her shoulders. Let's move. The castle interior was a maze of traps and ambushes. Every corridor held dangers. Pressure plates that triggered blade storms. Magical sensors that summoned demon reinforcements. Illusions that could trap the unwary in nightmare loops forever. Was guided them through. Left here. Avoid the third tile. There's a trap ward on the ceiling. How do you know all this? Megumin asked, dodging a swinging blade. I helped design half of them. The Lich's expression was grim. Maxwell wanted his castle to be impenetrable. I made sure it was while also memorizing every weakness. Convenient. I planned for this day for decades. You don't think I prepared? The second general found them in the throne room's antechamber. She was waiting on the stairs, Serena, the fallen star, looking exactly as she had in the capital. Beautiful, tragic, and radiating power that made the air itself feel heavy. Naruto Uzumaki. Her voice was soft. We meet again. Serena, you don't have to do this. I know. She drew her sword, a blade of pure light, corrupted into something dark. But I'm going to anyway. Why? You asked me to kill you, to set you free. Why fight? Because Maxwell is watching. Her eyes flickered, just for a moment, a flash of blue behind the red. And if I don't fight, he'll know I've truly turned. He'll torture what's left of me for eternity instead of letting me die clean. Naruto understood. This wasn't resistance, it was suicide by combat. Then let's make it look good. They clashed. Serena fought with a hero's skill, every movement precise and deadly. She'd been one of the best in her generation, and corruption hadn't dulled her abilities. If anything, it had enhanced them. But Naruto was better. He'd trained against every fighting style his world had to offer. He'd faced gods and monsters and things that defied description. One corrupted hero, no matter how skilled, wasn't enough. He pushed her back step by step, matching her technique with his own. Not trying to kill, not yet. Giving her the fight she needed. You could have been great, he said between exchanges. If you'd had someone to help you, someone to catch you before you fell. There was no one. Her voice cracked. I was alone at the end. Everyone I loved was dead. Maxwell offered me power to avenge them, and I was too weak to refuse. That's not weakness. That's being human. Is it? She laughed bitterly. I've wondered for years. What if I'd been stronger? What if I'd chosen death instead of corruption? Would things have been different? Maybe, but it doesn't matter. He caught her blade, forcing her to meet his eyes. What matters is what you choose now. Now? You said Maxwell is watching. Let him watch this. He released her sword and stepped back. Serena of the Star, I'm giving you one chance. Turn. Fight with us instead of against us. Help us destroy Maxwell, and I'll do everything in my power to purify the corruption in you. She stared at him. You can't. Aqua can. I've seen her purify things that shouldn't have been purifiable. The nightmare. Verdia. Ragnar. He extended his hand. One chance. Take it. For a long, terrible moment, nothing happened. Then Serena's sword fell from her fingers. He'll kill me, she whispered. The moment I turn, he'll reach into my soul and crush it. Let him try. You don't understand. Then help me understand. Show me. Let me see what he's doing to you, and I'll find a way to stop it. She hesitated. Then, slowly, she reached out and touched his hand. Naruto felt it immediately, a dark thread connecting Serena to something vast and terrible. Maxwell's presence, anchored in her soul, watching through her eyes, controlling through her will. Foolish. Maxwell's voice echoed through the connection. Did you really think I'd let her go so easily? No. Naruto's grip tightened on Serena's hand. I knew you'd be watching. That's why I wanted you to see this. He pulled, not physically but spiritually. Kurama's chakra surged through the connection, following the dark thread back to its source. For one frozen instant, Naruto touched Maxwell's mind directly, and he pushed every memory of love and hope and determination he'd ever felt. Every moment of connection with people who'd believed in him. Every lesson he'd learned about never giving up, never surrendering, never letting the darkness win. He poured it all through the connection like light through a window. Maxwell screamed. The dark thread shattered. Serena collapsed, the red fading from her eyes, replaced by the blue they'd been before corruption took her. What did you? She looked at her hands, trembling. I can't feel him anymore. His voice is gone. How? I told you. Naruto helped her to her feet. I'm not like other heroes. They reached the throne room together. 7 of them now, Naruto, Aqua, Darkness, Megumin, Chris, Wiz, and Serena. An impossible alliance, united against an impossible enemy. Maxwell waited on his throne. He looked almost human, tall, dark-haired, handsome in a cruel way. But his eyes gave him away. They weren't eyes at all. They were voids, consuming light, radiating malice that made reality itself shudder. Naruto Uzumaki. His voice filled the chamber without effort. You've cost me much. My generals, my armies, even my fallen star. He glanced at Serena with something like amusement. I should be angry, but honestly, I'm impressed. Save the flattery. It's not flattery, it's acknowledgement. Maxwell rose from his throne, power building around him. In 1,000 years, no one has pushed me this far. You've accomplished what hundreds of heroes couldn't. You've actually made me pay attention. Good. Then you know what comes next. I do. Maxwell smiled, and it was terrible. You fight. You fail. You die. And I add your power to my collection, becoming even stronger than before. That's one possibility. It's the only possibility. Look at me, boy. Really look. The Demon King spread his arms, and his power became visible. A maelstrom of stolen abilities, dozens of different energies swirling around him like a storm. I've absorbed fire mages and ice wizards, sword saints and spell masters, heroes blessed by gods and warriors trained from birth. Every power you can imagine I possess. What can you possibly do against that? This. Naruto moved. 6 Paths Sage mode activated in full, golden chakra blazing around him like a second sun. Truth-seeking balls materialized at his back. Every technique he had, every ounce of power he gained through decades of training and battle, he brought to bear. Their collision shattered the throne room's walls. The battle that followed was beyond description. Naruto and Maxwell clashed at speeds that made lightning look slow, trading blows that would have leveled cities. The Demon King cycled through stolen abilities: fire, ice, lightning, gravity, space, time, while Naruto matched him with technique after technique from a world Maxwell had never seen. Rasengan variants, sage techniques, Kurama's raw power, truth-seeking ball weapons that could erase anything they touched. For every attack Maxwell unleashed, Naruto had an answer. But so did Maxwell. Impressive. The Demon King laughed as they separated, both breathing hard. You're actually challenging me. Do you know how long it's been since I've had a real fight? Glad I could help. But you're holding back. Maxwell's eyes narrowed. I can feel it. There's more power in you, something you haven't shown. What are you hiding? Wouldn't you like to know? They clashed again. Meanwhile, the rest of the party wasn't idle. Darkness engaged the demons that tried to interfere, her defensive abilities pushed to their absolute limit. She was bleeding from a dozen wounds, exhausted, running on nothing but determination. But she wasn't enjoying it anymore. Every blow she took for a reason. Not for the pleasure of pain, but to protect the people fighting beside her. Somewhere in the chaos, she'd crossed a threshold. From seeking suffering to accepting it in service of something greater. Megumin was building power. She'd been chanting since the battle began, gathering every scrap of magical energy she could reach. This explosion would be the biggest of her life. Chris Eris was doing something subtle. Her divine domain was luck and fortune, and she was using it. Every time Maxwell's attack should have hit, something went slightly wrong. Every time Naruto needed an opening, one appeared. Small manipulations, invisible to anyone who wasn't looking, but they added up. Wiz and Serena fought together, the Lich and the fallen hero combining their powers against the demon reinforcements. Ancient magic and corrupted light, working in concert for the first time in centuries. And Aqua waited. She stood at the center of the formation, gathering divine energy. Her role was clear. When the moment came, she would be the one to strike the killing blow. But that moment hadn't arrived yet. She watched Naruto fight the Demon King and felt something she hadn't experienced in millennia. Faith. Not the faith of worshippers, not the faith that came from prayers and offerings. Something purer, something personal. Faith in a single person. Faith that he would create the opportunity she needed. Faith that they would win. Maxwell's frustration was building. He was stronger than Naruto, that was objectively true. Every measure of raw power put him ahead. But the Orange Hokage refused to stay down. Every killing blow was dodged. Every devastating technique was countered. Every time Maxwell thought he had the advantage, something shifted. Why won't you die? I'm stubborn. Naruto blocked a reality-warping attack with a truth-seeking ball shield. Ask anyone who knows me. You can't win. You know you can't win. So why keep fighting? Because people are counting on me. People? Maxwell's laugh was unhinged. People are nothing. Mortals are insects. Gods are slightly larger insects. And none of it matters against true power. And yet here we are. Naruto smiled despite the blood on his face. An insect, giving you the fight of your life. Maxwell roared and attacked with everything he had. The collision was catastrophic. Reality itself cracked around them, the sheer force of their conflict threatening to tear the dimension apart. For a moment, it seemed like they were evenly matched. Two impossible forces, neither able to overcome the other. Then Naruto pulled out his trump card. Hey, Maxwell. What? You said you've absorbed hundreds of heroes. Fire mages, ice wizards, all that. What of it? Ever absorbed a demon? Maxwell's expression flickered. What? Allow me to introduce my partner. Kurama emerged, not as chakra as himself. The nine-tailed fox materialized around Naruto, a construct of pure power 100 feet tall. 9 tails swept through the air, each one containing enough force to level a mountain. Hello, Demon King. Kurama's voice shook the ruins of the castle. I've been waiting for this. Maxwell stared up at the fox, and for the first time, genuine fear crossed his features. That's That's not possible. Demons can't bond with humans. The power differential would what? Kill the host. Kurama laughed. We've been bonded since he was born. 40 years of partnership. Do you have any idea what that means? Let me show you. Kurama attacked. The battle entered a new phase. Maxwell was powerful, but he'd never faced anything like this. His absorbed abilities were meant to counter human techniques. Magic, ki, divine blessings. Nothing had prepared him for the primordial rage of a tailed beast. Kurama's tails swept through his defenses like they weren't there. Every spell he cast was disrupted by raw demonic energy. Every physical attack was overwhelmed by impossible force. For the first time in 1,000 years, Maxwell was losing. No! He gathered power for a desperate counterattack. I will not be defeated by... Now! Aqua struck. She'd been waiting for exactly this moment. When Maxwell was distracted, his defenses compromised, his attention on the wrong threat. Every ounce of divine power she gathered went into a single attack. A lance of pure purification, carrying the essence of a goddess, aimed directly at the core where Maxwell kept his stolen powers. Hit! Maxwell screamed. The purification burned through his defenses like acid through paper. It reached his core and began to destroy it. No! My power! The stolen abilities started unraveling. Fire magic faded. Ice magic dissolved. Centuries of accumulated power stripped away in seconds. Stop! I'll give you anything. Power, wealth, immortality. Just, you killed people. Naruto stood before the diminishing demon king, Kurama's power still blazing around him. Innocent people. For centuries, you turned heroes into monsters. You spread corruption across the world. And now you want a bargain. I can be useful. I know things. Secrets of the divine realm. Weaknesses of the gods. You can die. Naruto raised his hand. The final Rasengan formed, not golden, not purple, but white. Pure chakra, untainted by any elemental nature. The same technique he'd developed to end the Fourth Great Ninja War. This is for everyone you've hurt, everyone you've killed, everyone who suffered because of your ambition. Please, goodbye, Maxwell. He struck. The explosion of light could be seen across the continent. When it faded, Maxwell was gone. Not just dead, erased. His physical form, his spiritual essence, the very concept of him wiped from existence. 1,000 years of tyranny ended in a single moment. Naruto stood in the crater where the Demon King had been, Kurama's form fading around him. The battle was over. They'd won. He took one step forward. Then he collapsed. Consciousness returned slowly. Naruto was aware of softness beneath him. A bed, probably, and warmth around him. Voices, familiar ones, speaking in low tones. Is he going to be okay? His body is healing. That technique took a lot out of him. A lot? He was unconscious for 3 days after fighting that golem. This was way worse. I know. That's why I've been healing him non-stop. He opened his eyes. Aqua was beside him, hands glowing with divine magic. Dark circles under her eyes suggested she'd been at it for a while. Behind her, the rest of the party crowded the room. Darkness, Megumin, Chris, Wiz, Serena. All alive. All safe. Hey! He croaked. Hey! Aqua grabbed his collar, shaking him. You almost died. Your heart stopped twice. I had to literally wrestle your soul back from the afterlife. And all you can say is Hey. Sorry? You're not sorry. You're never sorry. You just keep doing insane things and expecting me to fix it. To be fair, Chris interjected. He did just kill the Demon King. That doesn't excuse. It kind of does, Darkness said. He saved the world. I know he saved the world. I was there. That doesn't mean he can just... Naruto pulled her into a hug. She stopped mid-rant, freezing in his arms. Thank you, he said quietly, for keeping me alive, for fighting beside me, for believing in me when you had no reason to. Aqua's voice cracked. You idiot. Of course I believed in you. You're You're you. Is that good or bad? I don't know anymore. But she hugged him back, and she was crying, and he held her while the others watched with varying degrees of emotion. Not to ruin the moment, Megumin said eventually. But what happens now? The Demon King is dead. The war is over. What do we do? Naruto released Aqua, considering the question. What did come next? He'd come to this world to fight Maxwell. That fight was over. He could go back to his original mission, helping Aqua return to the divine realm, building a life in this new world, maybe finally resting after decades of constant struggle. Or, there's still work to do, he said. Maxwell's territory needs to be stabilized. His former servants need to be dealt with. Some redeemed, some imprisoned, some. He glanced at Serena. Some given second chances. You want to keep going? Darkness asked. I want to help people. That's what I've always wanted. He sat up, ignoring Aqua's protests. The Demon King is dead, but that doesn't mean the world is fixed. There are still monsters, still injustice, still people who need protecting. So we become, what? Peacekeepers. Adventurers. He smiled. Real ones. Not fighting for survival, but because we can make a difference. Chris Eris stepped forward. The divine realm will want to know what happened here. Maxwell's death will have ripples, cosmic consequences. Let them ripple. We'll handle whatever comes. You're not worried? I'm always worried. That's never stopped me before. She laughed, and it was beautiful. A goddess's laugh, pure and clear. No, she agreed. I suppose it hasn't. They left the castle a week later. The building itself was being dismantled by the kingdom's forces, its dark stones scattered to the winds. Maxwell's remaining servants had been rounded up, some for trial, some for redemption, some for the peace of final death. Serena had chosen to stay with the party. The corruption was gone from her soul, purified by Aqua's magic, but the memories remained. She needed purpose, direction, a reason to keep living. Naruto understood that better than anyone. Where to next? Megumin asked as they walked down the road from the castle. Wiz's shop first. She needs to check on her inventory. After that, wherever we're needed. Naruto looked at the sky, clear and blue for the first time in who knew how long. We've got time now. No more Demon King breathing down our necks. We can take it slow. Slow? Darkness raised an eyebrow. You? Taking it slow? It could happen. It definitely won't. Probably not. They walked in comfortable silence for a while. Then Aqua spoke up. I've been thinking about something. Dangerous. Shut up. But she was smiling. When you dragged me to this world, I thought it was the worst thing that ever happened to me. I'd lost my divine authority, my position, everything that made me who I was. And now I'm not sure I want it back. Naruto looked at her. Seriously. Don't get me wrong. I miss some things. The power, the respect, the really comfortable chair in my office. She paused. But down here with all of you, I actually feel things. Real things. Not the muted divine emotions I've experienced for millennia, but actual joy and fear and love and... She trailed off, face reddening. And what? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Too late. What were you going to say? I said forget it. But she was smiling, and so was he, and somewhere in the distance, Chris laughed at something Darkness said, and Megumin was explaining the mechanics of her latest explosion technique to a patiently listening Wiz, and Serena was watching it all with an expression of cautious hope. Family. That's what they'd become somewhere along the way. Not by blood or obligation, but by choice. By shared battles and near-death experiences and arguments about proper explosion etiquette. Naruto had lost his first family when he died. His children, his wife, his friends. All left behind in a world he could never return to. But here, now, walking down a road with these impossible people, he'd found a new one. That night, they camped under the stars. The fire crackled, casting warm light on familiar faces. Wiz had produced some surprisingly good cooking, and everyone was pleasantly full. So, Chris said, her voice careful. About what I said. Before the battle. Naruto looked at her. I meant it, she continued. Every word. And I know Aqua feels the same way. And Darkness. And probably Megumin, even if she won't admit it. I will absolutely admit it, Megumin declared. Your explosions are magnificent and I find that extremely attractive. That's a unique approach. I am a unique person. Naruto laughed despite himself. You're all insane. You know that, right? Says the man who punched a demon king to death. Fair point. Darkness cleared her throat. What Chris is trying to say badly is that we need to talk about us, what we are, what we could be. You want to have this conversation now? With everyone present. When else? We've been dancing around it for weeks. Might as well address it directly. She had a point. Naruto sighed, running a hand through his hair. Okay, cards on the table. He looked around the fire, meeting each of their eyes in turn. I care about all of you. Genuinely, deeply care. And I know that's complicated. It doesn't have to be, Aqua said quietly. What? In the divine realm, relationships aren't exclusive. Gods have multiple partners all the time. It's normal. I'm not a god. No, but you're also not exactly human anymore either. You've transcended normal limitations in pretty much every other way. She shrugged. Why should your heart be any different? Naruto considered this. Where he came from, relationships were exclusive. One person, one partner, forever. But this wasn't his world. The rules here were different. The people were different. He was different. What do you all want? He asked finally. Not what you think is proper or normal. What do you actually want? Silence around the fire. Then Darkness spoke. I want someone who sees me. Not the noble's daughter, not the crusader, not the other thing. Just me. All of me, including the parts I've been ashamed of. She met his eyes. You do that. You see me and you don't look away. I want adventure, Megumin added. Forever. Someone who'll let me explode things and think it's amazing instead of annoying. Someone who gets excited about big moments and doesn't make me feel weird for caring so much about my magic. I want to be valued for who I am, not what I represent, Chris said. A goddess who's also just a woman. Someone my equal, who I can be vulnerable with. She smiled softly. You've never once treated me like a divine being to be worshipped. You treat me like a person. I didn't know how much I needed that. I want to feel alive, Aqua finished. For the first time in millennia I feel things. Real things. Because of you. Because you dragged me into this insane situation and made me care about something other than my own comfort. She laughed shakily. I should hate you for that. I don't. I really, really don't. For women. For confessions. For sets of eyes waiting for his response. I don't know if I can be what you need, Naruto said honestly. I'm broken in ways I'm still figuring out. I've lost people. Made mistakes. Spent decades putting everyone else's needs before my own because I didn't think I deserved happiness. Sounds familiar, Darkness murmured. But if you're willing to try, if you can accept that I might mess up, might not always say the right thing, might need time to figure this out. He took a breath. Then I'm willing to try too. All of us, Chris asked. All of you. The fire crackled. Stars wheeled overhead. And something settled in the air. Not a conclusion, but a beginning. Well then, Aqua said, her voice slightly unsteady. I suppose that's that. Suppose so. Good. Good. They sat in comfortable silence, closer than before. A new understanding between them. It wouldn't be easy. Nothing worth having ever was. But for the first time since arriving in this world, Naruto felt like he might actually find what he'd been missing. Not just purpose. Not just adventure. Home. The next morning brought news from the capital. A messenger arrived at dawn, looking exhausted from the journey. The party gathered around as Naruto read the summons. The king wants to honor us. A ceremony in the capital. Titles, land, the whole thing. Do we have to go? Megumin groaned. Probably. Refusing a king's summons is generally considered rude. But there'll be speeches. Many speeches. And formal clothes. Almost certainly. Can I explode the ceremony? Absolutely not. They traveled to the capital that day, arriving to find the city transformed. Banners hung from every building, celebrating the Demon King's defeat. People lined the streets, cheering as the party passed. This is uncomfortable, Darkness muttered, trying to hide behind Naruto. You're a noble. Shouldn't you be used to this? I'm used to being ignored or criticized. This is entirely different. The ceremony itself was everything Megumin had feared. Long, formal, full of speeches about heroism and sacrifice and the bright future ahead. Naruto accepted a title he didn't want, Lord Protector of the Realm. Land he'd never use, a significant portion of Maxwell's former territory, and enough gold to fund adventures for the rest of his life. But there was one moment that mattered. After the official ceremony, the king approached privately. Lord Uzumaki. A word. Just Naruto is fine, your majesty. Then you must call me Aldrich. The king smiled, looking less regal and more human than he had on the throne. I wanted to thank you, not as a king but as a man. My daughter was killed by Maxwell's forces 5 years ago. Every night, I dreamed of vengeance I could never achieve. I'm sorry. Don't be. You've given everyone something better than vengeance. You've given us peace. Aldrich extended his hand. If you ever need anything at all, you have only to ask. Naruto shook the king's hand. I'll remember that. I hope you do. Aldrich's grip was firm. Because this peace won't last forever. There are always new threats, new enemies. And when they come, I'd like to know that you'll be there. I will be. Naruto smiled. That's what I do. They left the capital the next day. The celebration was over. The formal obligations were complete. Now it was time to get back to what they did best. First stop, Wiz's shop, Naruto announced. She needs to inventory her stock. Then we see what the world has to offer. They walked together, a mismatched group of heroes and gods and former villains. The sun was bright, the road was clear, and somewhere out there, adventure was waiting. Hey, Naruto? Aqua said. Yeah. Thank you. For everything. He smiled. Thank me when it's over. It's never going to be over, is it? Probably not. Good. She took his hand, and he didn't pull away. I don't want it to be. Neither did he. The road stretched ahead, full of possibility. Whatever came next, new enemies, new challenges, new opportunities to grow and change and become better than they were. They'd face it together. That was enough. That was everything. Miles away, in a hidden chamber beneath the ruins of Maxwell's castle, something stirred. A fragment, a sliver, a piece of the Demon King's essence that had escaped Naruto's final attack by sheer chance. It was small, weak, barely conscious, but it remembered. It remembered power, remembered glory, remembered 1,000 years of dominance and a moment of utter defeat. And it remembered the face of the one who had destroyed it. Naruto Uzumaki. The fragment began to gather strength, feeding on the ambient demonic energy that still permeated the ruins. It would take time, years, maybe decades, but it was patient. It had learned patience in ways its original self never had. Someday, somehow, it would return. And when it did, the fragment pulsed with dark light, making a promise to itself. Someday the Orange Hokage would pay. Chapter 5 End Chapter 6. The legend of the Orange Hokage. 3 months passed like water through fingers. Naruto found himself standing on the balcony of the estate the king had granted him, watching the sun rise over a land that was finally beginning to heal. Maxwell's former territory had been chaotic at first. Demons without masters, corrupted creatures running wild, survivors emerging from hiding with nowhere to go. Now there were farms where wastelands had been, villages where ruins had stood, people living and laughing and building futures they'd never dared imagine. You're brooding again. He turned to find Aqua behind him, still in her sleeping clothes, hair a magnificent disaster. I don't brood. You absolutely brood. You stand on high places and stare at the horizon with that thoughtful expression. Classic brooding. I prefer strategic contemplation. Same thing. She moved to stand beside him, leaning against the balcony railing. 3 months of peace had changed her. The theatrical goddess persona still emerged in public, but in private moments like this, she was simply Aqua. Real and flawed and beautiful. What are you thinking about? She asked. Everything. Nothing. He shrugged. Whether this is actually real. The peace. All of it. The world. The people. You. He glanced at her. Sometimes I wake up expecting to be back in Konoha, finding out this was all a dream. Would that be so bad? Yes. The word came out without hesitation. I'd miss this. Miss you. All of you. Aqua was quiet for a moment. I used to think I wanted to go back, she admitted, to the divine realm, my old life. But now I can't imagine leaving. This world, these people, this ridiculous life we've built. She laughed softly. A goddess who doesn't want to be divine anymore. There's probably a lesson there. Probably. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the sun climb higher. The others are awake, Aqua said eventually. Megumin wants to try a new explosion technique. Darkness is practicing sword forms. Chris is being mysterious in that annoying way she has. And Wiz, reorganizing the artifact storage. Again, she says our collection is chaotically organized. Whatever that means. What about Serena? Training. Always training. Aqua's expression softened. She's getting better. The nightmares are less frequent. Good. She deserves some peace. We all do. Aqua turned to face him fully. Which is why I need to tell you something before you start your day. That sounds ominous. It's not. Or it might be. I'm honestly not sure. She took a breath. Eris came to me last night. Not Chris Eris. Full goddess mode. Divine authority and everything. Naruto straightened. What did she want? To warn us. The other gods are concerned about what happened here. About you specifically. Concerned how? You killed a being who'd absorbed divine essence from multiple sources. You purified corruption that should have been permanent. You've bonded with not one but 2 divine entities in ways that shouldn't be possible. Aqua met his eyes. They're afraid of you, Naruto. Afraid of what you represent. Which is change, disruption. The possibility that their carefully maintained cosmic order might not be as stable as they thought. She hesitated. There's talk of intervention. Let them intervene. Naruto's voice was calm. I've faced gods before. This isn't a joke. I know it's not. But I'm also not going to live in fear of what might happen. He took her hands. Whatever comes, we'll handle it together. That's what we do. You make it sound simple. It is simple. Not easy, but simple. He smiled. Now come on. I smell breakfast, and I want to see this new explosion technique before Megumin destroys something important. The training grounds behind the estate had been reinforced with every protective ward Wiz could devise. They needed it. Explosion. The blast carved a crater 50 meters wide, sending debris flying in all directions. The wards flickered, held, then stabilized as the energy dissipated. In the center of the devastation, Megumin was still standing. I did it! She jumped up and down, staff raised triumphantly. 3 explosions in one morning. A new personal record. Congratulations! Naruto surveyed the damage. You only destroyed 1 ward array this time. Progress. Debatable. But he was smiling, and Megumin was beaming. And somewhere behind them darkness was making envious noises about the magnificent destructive potential. The morning training session was a ritual now. Everyone gathered, everyone practiced, everyone pushed themselves to improve. Not because they had to, the world was at peace, but because they wanted to. Darkness had finally mastered the basics of accurate striking. She could hit targets consistently now, at least when she concentrated. The discovery that accuracy made her more effective at drawing enemy attention had been a breakthrough. If I can actually threaten opponents, she'd explained, eyes shining, They have to focus on me. And when they focus on me, they hit you more effectively. Naruto had finished. Exactly. It was twisted logic, but it worked for her. Chris had been practicing her divine abilities more openly, no longer hiding behind the thief persona. Her luck manipulation had grown more sophisticated. She could now create genuine probability cascades, turning unlikely outcomes into near certainties. It's still exhausting, she admitted after one demonstration. Divine power was meant to be used sparingly in the mortal realm. Going all out takes a lot out of me. Then we save it for when it matters. That's the plan. Was contributed magical knowledge, teaching everyone basic defensive wards and emergency techniques. Serena drilled them in combat formations, her centuries of experience proving invaluable. Aqua worked on expanding her divine repertoire, finding new ways to combine purification with offensive magic. And Naruto watched, guided, supported. He'd realized something in the months since Maxwell's defeat. His role wasn't to be the strongest fighter, though he was. It wasn't to solve every problem, though he could. His role was to bring people together, to see their potential and help them reach it. That's what being Hokage had always meant. Getting sentimental again, Kurama observed. Maybe. Problem with that? No. Just noting it. The fox's presence was warm, comfortable. You've changed since we came here. Good change or bad change? Different change. You're more settled. Like you finally figured out what you want. Maybe I have. And what's that? Naruto looked around the training ground. At Megumin celebrating her achievement. At Darkness practicing forms with intense concentration. At Chris and Aqua arguing about something trivial. At Wiz and Serena comparing magical techniques. This, he said simply. Exactly this. The attack came at noon. No warning. No build-up. One moment they were eating lunch, the next the sky split open. A rift appeared above the estate. Not demonic. Not corrupted. Divine. Pure golden light poured through, carrying with it a presence that made Aqua and Chris both flinch. What is that? Darkness demanded, reaching for her sword. Trouble. Chris's face had gone pale. That's a judgment gate. The gods are making their move. A figure descended from the rift. He was beautiful in the way statues were beautiful, perfect, cold, inhuman. Golden armor covered his form, and he carried a spear that radiated divine authority. Naruto Uzumaki. His voice echoed with celestial power. You have been summoned before the Divine Council to answer for your crimes against cosmic order. Crimes? Naruto stepped forward, chakra flaring. What crimes? The unauthorized destruction of a being containing divine essence. The corruption of two goddesses from their sacred duties. The disruption of the natural balance between mortal and immortal realms. The figure raised his spear. You will come with me. Resistance will be met with appropriate force. And if I refuse, then I am authorized to take you by whatever means necessary. The figure's eyes showed no emotion. This is not a request. Naruto felt his team gathering behind him. Aqua and Chris were both radiating power, their divine sides fully awakened. Darkness had her shield raised. Megumin was already chanting. Wiz and Serena flanked the group, magical energy building around them. Interesting, he said. And who authorized this? Who sent you? The Divine Council acts with one voice. Individual identities are irrelevant. Aha! And does the council know what I did to the last divine being who threatened my friends? The figure hesitated. Just for a moment, but it was there. Your power is impressive, he admitted. But you cannot fight the entirety of heaven. Maybe not. Naruto smiled, and it wasn't kind. But I can fight you, and I'm betting the council doesn't have an infinite supply of enforcers to throw at me. Your confidence borders on what? Arrogance? Probably. But here's the thing. He took another step forward, Six Paths chakra beginning to manifest around him. I've spent my entire life being told what I can't do. Can't be Hokage. Can't save everyone. Can't defeat gods. And every single time, I've proven them wrong. This is different. Is it? You're threatening my family. You're trying to take me from the people I love. That sounds exactly like every other challenge I've faced. The chakra intensified, golden light matching the divine glow. So here's my offer. Go back to your council. Tell them I'm not interested in their judgment. Tell them that if they want me, they can come themselves, all of them, and we'll see who comes out on top. You would defy the will of heaven itself? I've done it before. Naruto's voice was calm, certain. I'll do it again, as many times as it takes. The divine enforcer stared at him for a long moment. Then, incredibly, he laughed. You know what, mortal? I believe you. The spear lowered slightly. I've served the council for 10,000 years. In all that time, I've never met anyone quite like you. Is that good or bad? I haven't decided. The enforcer's expression shifted, still inhuman, but somehow warmer. My name is Solarius. I was sent here expecting to find a threat to cosmic order. Instead, I find something else. Something else. A protector. A unifier. Someone who inspires loyalty not through fear or power, but through genuine connection. Solarius looked at the group arrayed behind Naruto. Two goddesses who would defy heaven for you. A lich who abandoned millennia of service. A fallen hero who found redemption. A noble who discovered her true self. A mage who learned control without sacrificing passion. You've been watching us. Of course, that was my mission. To observe, evaluate, and judge. Solarius was quiet for a moment. I've made my judgment. And you're not a threat to cosmic order, Naruto Uzumaki. You're a new kind of order. Something the universe hasn't seen before. The enforcer raised his spear not to attack, but in salute. The council will receive my report. Whether they choose to accept it, that's beyond my control. So this was all a test? Partially. There were those who advocated for your immediate elimination. I volunteered to assess you personally before any action was taken. Solarius smiled, and it was almost human. I'm glad I did. The divine enforcer began to rise back toward the rift. Wait. Chris stepped forward. What happens now? What do we do if the council doesn't accept your report? Then you fight. And based on what I've seen, you might actually win. Solarius paused at the rift's edge. But I don't think it will come to that. Change is slow in heaven, but it happens. Even gods can learn. That's remarkably optimistic for a divine enforcer. I've existed for 10,000 years. In that time, I've seen civilizations rise and fall, gods ascend and diminish, the very fabric of reality reshape itself. Nothing is permanent. Not order, not chaos, not even divine will. His eyes met Naruto's one final time. Remember that, Orange Hokage. The universe is bigger than any of us. All we can do is our best within it. He vanished into the rift, and the rift closed behind him. Silence fell over the estate. Well, Megumin said eventually, that was anticlimactic. You wanted to fight a divine enforcer? Darkness asked. I wanted to explode a divine enforcer. There's a difference. Is there? The explosion would have been magnificent. Despite everything, Naruto laughed. That evening, they gathered in the main hall. The day's events had shaken everyone, but in a strange way, they'd also clarified things. The outside world could threaten all it wanted. What mattered was here, now, these people. So what's the plan? Serena asked. She was more comfortable in these meetings now, no longer hesitating to speak. If the Divine Council decides Solarius's report isn't enough, then we deal with it, Naruto said. Same as always. You make it sound simple. It is simple. We protect each other. We don't back down. We find a way to win. He looked around the table. That's what we've always done. That's what we'll keep doing. Even against heaven itself? Was asked quietly. Especially against heaven itself. Gods aren't infallible. They're just powerful. And power can be matched. Aqua shifted uncomfortably. Speaking of which, there's something I should tell everyone. All eyes turned to her. Solarius wasn't entirely wrong about me. About us. She gestured at herself and Chris. By divine law, we've abandoned our posts, neglected our duties. The technical term is fallen, though it's not quite as dramatic as it sounds. What does that mean practically? Darkness asked. It means our divine authority is diminished. We're still goddesses, but our connection to the celestial realm is strained. Eventually, we might lose our divinity entirely. Does that bother you? Aqua was quiet for a moment. It should, she admitted. I've been a goddess for as long as I can remember. My divinity was my entire identity. She looked at Naruto. But somewhere along the way that changed. Now my identity is this. The life we've built together. Same, Chris agreed. I came down here to observe, and I ended up finding something I never expected. Place where I belong. People who see me as more than my domain. So you're choosing us over heaven, Megumin summarized. We're choosing ourselves. Aqua smiled. For the first time ever, we're choosing what we want instead of what we're supposed to want. That sounds healthy, Serena offered. It's terrifying, and wonderful, and confusing. Aqua laughed. But mostly wonderful. Naruto reached across the table and took her hand. Whatever happens, he said, we face it together. That's not negotiable. Agreed, Darkness said firmly. Obviously, Megumin added. Without question, Chris nodded. Always, Wiz confirmed. Forever, Serena finished. 6 voices. 1 promise. Whatever came next, they would face it as a family. Weeks passed. The Divine Council, whatever their deliberations, made no further moves against them. Life settled into a rhythm, training, adventuring, helping the kingdom stabilize. Normal things. Good things. But Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something was coming. You're sensing it too, Kurama said one night. Yeah, something's wrong. I just can't figure out what. Trust your instincts. They've never failed you before. There's a first time for everything. Not for this. Not for you. Naruto lay awake, staring at the ceiling. Beside him, Aqua slept peacefully, her breathing slow and even. In other rooms, the rest of his family was similarly at rest. Everything was fine. So why did he feel like it wasn't? The answer came 3 days later. We have a problem. Wiz burst into the morning meeting, her usually calm demeanor shattered. She was holding a crystal orb, its surface swirling with dark energy. What is that? Naruto asked, already on his feet. A warning. From the remnants of Maxwell's territory. Wiz set the orb on the table. Something has been gathering power in the ruins of his castle. Something that shouldn't exist. Maxwell's dead. I destroyed him completely. You destroyed his body, his soul, his accumulated power. Wiz's expression was grim. But there was a fragment, a sliver that escaped. It's been hiding, recovering, building strength. The room went cold. That's not possible, Aqua said. I would have sensed. It's been suppressing itself, staying below the threshold of divine perception. But now it's grown too powerful to hide. Wiz looked at Naruto. It's coming. Tonight. And it's not alone. Not alone. The fragment has been recruiting. Demons, monsters, corrupted beings who fled after Maxwell's defeat. Is building a new army. An army designed specifically to counter everything we can do. How bad are we talking? Very bad. The fragment has been studying us, learning our weaknesses. It knows about Megumin's casting time, Darkness's accuracy issues, my vulnerability to holy magic, Chris's divine limitations. Wiz's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. It's prepared counters for everything. Everything except me, Naruto said quietly. No, it's prepared for you too. That's what worries me most. Wiz met his eyes. It's not trying to defeat you, Naruto. It's trying to corrupt you. To turn you into what Maxwell always wanted. An unstoppable force of destruction under its control. That won't work. I can't be corrupted. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Wiz's gaze was penetrating. Maxwell failed because he tried to break you from outside. This fragment has learned. It's gonna try something different. What? I don't know. But whatever it is, it's confident enough to attack now, despite everything we've accomplished. Silence fell over the room. Then Naruto smiled. Good. Good. Yeah. I was getting bored anyway. He stood, cracking his neck. How long until they arrive? Based on the energy readings, sunset. Maybe a few hours after. Then we've got time to prepare. He looked around at his family, worried, determined. Ready. Everyone knows what to do. Wiz, boost the defensive wards. Megumin, start precasting. Darkness, you're on perimeter defense. Chris, I need every probability advantage you can give us. Aqua, focus on purification. If this thing is made from Maxwell's essence, divine magic is our best shot. What about you? Serena asked. I'm going to go say hello. What? The fragment wants to fight me specifically? Fine. I'll meet it head-on, away from the estate. That way, whatever it's planning, it won't be able to use any of you against me. That's insane, Aqua protested. You can't face a Demon King fragment alone. I won't be alone. He tapped his stomach. Kurama's been itching for a real fight. This seems like a good opportunity. Finally, the fox agreed. I was getting bored watching you play house. See? He's excited. That doesn't make it a good idea. Naruto moved to Aqua, taking her hands. Listen to me. This thing is coming for me. Not you, not the others, me. If I stay here, I put everyone in danger. If I go out to meet it, I control the battlefield. And if you lose, then you'll have warning. Time to run. Regroup. Find another way. He squeezed her hands. I'm not trying to be a hero. I'm trying to protect my family. Aqua's eyes were wet, but she didn't cry. You come back, she said fiercely. You hear me? You come back. I will. Promise me. I promise. He pulled her into a kiss, brief, intense, full of everything he couldn't say. I love you. All of you. Remember that. Then he was gone, moving toward the horizon where darkness was already gathering. The Maxwell fragment was waiting at the ruins of the original castle. It had grown. What had once been a formless sliver was now a towering presence. Humanoid, vaguely, but constantly shifting. Shadows and corruption and stolen power, given shape by hatred and hunger. Uzumaki. His voice was Maxwell's, but wrong. Broken. Like multiple versions speaking at once. You came alone. You wanted to talk. I figured I'd listen. Talk. The fragment laughed. A terrible sound. I don't want to talk. I want to consume. To become. To finish what my greater self started. Then why am I still standing? You could have attacked already. Because I want you to understand. The fragment drifted closer. I've learned from my failure. I know why Maxwell lost. He tried to break you. Tried to overwhelm you with power. But that's not your weakness. I don't have weaknesses. Everyone has weaknesses. Yours is love. The fragment's form shifted, becoming almost human. You care too much. About everyone. About everything. That's why you always win. And that's why you'll eventually lose. Caring is a weakness now. It's a chain. A leash. You're so busy protecting others that you never protect yourself. The fragment smiled with a mouth that wasn't quite real. And eventually, something will slip through. Someone will die. And when they do, when someone you love is gone because you couldn't save them, that's when I'll have you. Naruto felt cold settle in his chest. You think I haven't lost people? I know you have, but not here. Not in this world. This is your second chance. Isn't it? Your opportunity to do it right. The fragment's voice dropped to a whisper. How long until you fail? How long until one of your precious goddesses dies because you weren't fast enough? How long until your family realizes that loving you is a death sentence? Shut up. Darkness, who throws herself into danger. Megumin, who leaves herself helpless after every spell. Aqua, who's already been targeted once. Chris, whose divine power is fading. The fragment spread its arms. They're all vulnerabilities. All weaknesses waiting to be exploited. I said shut up. Golden chakra erupted around Naruto. 6 paths mode activated. Truth-seeking balls materializing at his back. The power of a god killer, unleashed without restraint. Yes, that's it. The fragment didn't flinch. Show me your power. Show me what you're capable of when you stop holding back. Naruto attacked. The battle was cataclysmic. Naruto fought with everything he had, every technique, every strategy, every ounce of power accumulated over decades of training and conflict. He didn't hold back. Couldn't hold back. The fragment was too strong, too fast, too well prepared. But it wasn't trying to win. Every exchange, every clash, the fragment seemed more interested in talking than fighting. You know I'm right, it said, dodging a raisin shuriken. You can feel it. The fear. The doubt. What if you're not strong enough? What if the second chance ends the same way as the first? My first life didn't end in failure. Naruto pressed the attack. I saved my village. Protected my people. Died content. Content? Really? The fragment laughed. Then why are you here? Why accept reincarnation at all? Because you weren't done. Because there was more you wanted to do. More people you wanted to save. The fragment's form shifted, becoming almost sympathetic. You'll never be done, Naruto. That's your curse. You'll keep fighting, keep protecting, keep sacrificing, until it kills you. And then what happens to the people who depend on you? They survive. They keep going. That's what people do. Do they? Without you? How long would your family last against the threats you've been protecting them from? Naruto faltered. Just for a moment. Just a flicker of doubt. The fragment struck. Dark tendrils erupted from its form, wrapping around Naruto before he could react. Not attacking, invading. Pushing into his mind. His soul, searching for the weakness it had been cultivating. There it is, it whispered. The fear you won't admit. That they're only alive because of you. That without you, they'd fall. That all your love and protection is just another form of control. That's not. Isn't it? You decide what threats they face. You determine how much danger is acceptable. You're their leader, their protector, their savior. The fragment's voice dropped to a poisonous whisper. Their master. No. Yes, you've built a family of people who can't function without you. A goddess who abandoned heaven. A noble who needs your validation. A mage who measures herself by your approval. A lich and a fallen hero who follow because they have nowhere else to go. That's not what they are. Then what are they? The question hung in the darkness, and for a terrible moment, Naruto couldn't answer. Miles away, Aqua felt something break. She was pacing the estate's main hall, surrounded by the others, waiting for word. Everyone was tense, worried, preparing for a battle that might never come to them. Then the bond she shared with Naruto, the connection formed when she'd been dragged into this world, screamed with pain. Naruto! She was moving before anyone could stop her. Aqua, wait. But she was already gone. Divine power propelling her toward the ruins faster than should have been possible. The others followed. The fragment had Naruto on his knees. The dark tendrils were everywhere, burrowing into his mind, feeding him doubt and fear and every terrible thought he'd ever had about himself. It wasn't attacking his body, it was attacking his belief, his certainty, everything that made him who he was. Give in, it urged. Stop fighting. Let me in, and the pain stops. Let me in, and you'll never have to worry about losing anyone again. Because I'll be the one killing them, because you'll be free. Free of the burden of caring. Free of the weight of responsibility. Isn't that what you really want? Deep down? To finally rest. It would be easy, Naruto realized. So easy to let go. To stop fighting. To surrender to the darkness and let someone else carry the burden. He was so tired. Yes, rest. I'll handle everything from here. So tired of being strong for everyone. Let go. So tired of Naruto! The voice cut through the darkness like lightning. Aqua burst into the ruins, divine light blazing around her. Behind her came the others. Darkness with her shield raised, Megumin already chanting, Chris manipulating probability, Wiz and Serena unleashing magical attacks at the fragment's form. "Get away from him!" Aqua screamed. The goddess! How touching! The fragment didn't release Naruto. "Come to watch your precious hero fall? I came to remind him of something." "What?" "That he's not alone." Aqua stopped beside Naruto, kneeling to meet his eyes. "You're not responsible for us. You don't have to carry us. We're here because we choose to be. Not because you saved us or protected us or gave us purpose. But we were all broken before you came." Darkness's voice, strong and clear. "But we were already putting ourselves back together. You just helped us see that it was possible." "I'd have found my explosion path with or without you," Megumin added. "You just made it more fun." "I chose to descend," Chris said. "I chose to stay. Those were my choices, not yours." "I spent decades undermining Maxwell before we met," Wiz contributed. "You didn't save me. You gave me the opportunity to finish what I'd started." "And I asked to be freed," Serena finished. "You just answered. That doesn't make you responsible for what I do with my freedom." Naruto stared at them, his family, standing together, not because he'd made them but because they wanted to. "Pretty words," the fragment sneered. "But they don't change anything. He's still the center, the keystone. Without him, we'd still be us," Aqua interrupted. "Different, maybe, less powerful, definitely, but still us, still fighting, still trying to make the world better." She took Naruto's hand. "You didn't create us, Naruto. You believed in us. There's a difference." Something shifted in Naruto's chest. The doubt was still there. The fear, the worry, the exhausting weight of always being responsible. But beside it, something else was growing. Trust. Not in himself, he'd always trusted himself. Trust in them, in their strength, their resilience, their ability to survive and thrive regardless of what happened to him. He'd been so focused on protecting them that he'd forgotten they could protect themselves. "No!" The fragment felt the shift. "No, this isn't. You're right about one thing." Naruto stood, golden chakra beginning to return. "I care too much. I try to protect everyone. I carry burdens I probably shouldn't. But that's not a weakness." His eyes met the fragment's void-like gaze. "That's who I am. And the people I love? They love me because of that, not despite it. Love is a chain. Love is strength." The chakra intensified, pushing back the dark tendrils. "You'll never understand that because you're just a fragment. A piece of something broken, trying to remake itself through hatred and fear. I am Maxwell. You're nothing." Naruto raised his hand, power gathering. "Maxwell was a monster, but at least he was complete. You're just leftover malice, desperately grasping for relevance. I'll destroy everything you—" "No, you won't." Aqua's hand joined his. Divine light merged with golden chakra. "Together?" she asked. Together, they struck as one. The explosion of combined energy lit up the night sky. Divine purification merged with Six Paths chakra, creating something that neither alone could have achieved. The fragment screamed as the attack hit, its stolen essence unraveling under the assault. "This isn't. I was supposed to. Maxwell will. Maxwell is dead." Naruto poured more power into the attack. "And you're about to join him." "No." "No." The fragment dissolved. Not slowly like the previous battles, all at once, completely. Every trace of Maxwell's essence finally, permanently erased from existence. Silence fell. Naruto swayed on his feet, exhausted beyond anything he'd felt before. Aqua caught him before he could fall. "Told you," she said softly. "I told you to come back. Technically, you came to me. Same thing." He laughed weakly, and she laughed with him, and somewhere behind them the others were celebrating and crying and checking on each other. It was over. Finally, completely over. The sun rose on a new day. They'd made it back to the estate somehow. Naruto couldn't remember the journey. He'd been unconscious for most of it, apparently, carried by some combination of darkness's strength and Aqua's divine assistance. Now he was in his bed, surrounded by the people he loved, watching morning light filter through the windows. "How do you feel?" Chris asked. "Like I got hit by a mountain. Several mountains." "That's to be expected. You channeled enough power to destroy a small continent." "Did I?" He honestly couldn't remember the specifics. "Seems excessive." "It was exactly enough." Aqua was beside him, holding his hand like she was afraid he'd disappear. "Was checked. There's no trace of Maxwell left. Not a sliver. Not a fragment. Nothing. So it's really over?" "It's really over." Naruto let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. "Good." He looked around at the faces watching him. "So, what now?" "Now?" Megumin grinned. "Now we have breakfast. I'm starving. And then we keep living." Darkness's expression was soft. "Isn't that what you've been teaching us? One day at a time. One moment at a time. Being present for what matters." "I said that. More or less. It's hard to translate from stupidly inspiring optimism to actual words." He laughed, and it hurt and it was wonderful. The months that followed were peaceful. Real peace, not the anxious waiting for the next threat. The Divine Council, apparently satisfied by the fragment's destruction, made no further moves. The kingdom prospered under wise leadership and the protection of its heroes. The land healed, slowly but surely, from centuries of Maxwell's corruption. And Naruto's family grew closer. The relationships that had been forming for months finally solidified. Aqua officially moved into his room, followed by negotiations with the others about time and attention that were complicated and awkward and ultimately successful. Goddess, Crusader, Mage, Divine Thief, Lich, and former fallen hero. All of them found their places in a configuration that shouldn't have worked but somehow did. "This is insane," Aqua observed one morning, watching Darkness and Chris argue about sword maintenance, while Megumin explained explosion theory to a patient whiz. "All of this. Us. Probably," Naruto agreed. "I love it." "Me too." She leaned against his shoulder, and they watched their family be a family, and everything was exactly as it should be. Years passed. The legend of the Orange Hokage spread throughout the land. Stories of the hero who'd killed the Demon King, united goddesses and mortals, and built a new kind of family from broken pieces. Some of the stories were accurate. Most were exaggerated. All of them captured something true. Naruto didn't pay much attention to the legends. He was too busy living. There were adventures, of course. New threats emerged, they always did, and the team handled them together. Megumin's explosions grew more powerful and more controlled. Darkness became a genuine swordmaster while maintaining her unique combat philosophy. Chris balanced divine duties with mortal joys. Aqua discovered aspects of herself that millennia of goddesshood had never revealed. And through it all, Naruto watched, guided, and loved. "You're happy," Kurama observed one evening. They were on the estate's roof watching the sunset. "Yeah, I am. It looks good on you." "Thanks." He smiled. "You know, when I died in our world, I thought it was the end. I thought my story was over. And now I think every ending is just a different kind of beginning." He looked at the sky, painted gold and red and purple. "I never expected to find a new family, a new purpose, a new home. But here we are. Any regrets?" Naruto considered the question carefully. "I miss my kids. Hinata, my friends, the village." He paused. "But I don't regret coming here. I don't regret meeting any of them. I don't regret a single moment of this insane, beautiful, impossible life." "Good." Kurama's presence was warm. "That's how it should be." "Hey, Kurama?" "Yeah. Thanks. For everything. For being with me even after death. For supporting this crazy second chance." "Kit." The fox's voice was rough with emotion he'd never admit to. Where else would I be? They sat together in comfortable silence, watching the day end and the stars emerge. Below, Naruto could hear his family gathering for dinner. Megumin arguing with Aqua about seating arrangements. Darkness trying to mediate while making things worse. Chris laughing at all of them. Wiz and Serena discussing something magical and obscure. Home. After everything. The battles, the losses, the struggles, the triumphs. He'd finally found home. Not a place. Not a building. Not even a world. Home was them. The Demon King was dead. The gods had made their peace. The land was healing. And in a modest estate on the edge of what had once been Maxwell's territory, a family sat down to dinner. A goddess who'd learned to be human. A crusader who'd discovered her true strength. A mage who'd found control without losing her fire. A divine thief who'd chosen mortality over eternity. A lich who'd finally completed her centuries-long mission. A fallen hero who'd risen again. And at the head of the table, a man from another world entirely, who'd been given a second chance and made the most of it. So, Aqua said, raising her glass, to us. To us? Everyone echoed. To family, Naruto added. To family. They drank. They ate. They laughed and argued and loved. Just like every night before and every night to come. Outside, the stars wheeled in their eternal dance, and somewhere in the cosmic order, a pattern shifted. Not broken. Not disrupted. Just different. A new kind of legend had been written, and it was far from over. Epilogue deep in the divine realm. In a chamber that existed outside normal space and time, 3 figures watched the mortal world through a pool of silver light. He stabilized the entire region, the first figure said. In just a few years, he's accomplished what we couldn't in centuries. And converted 2 of our own in the process, the second figure added. Aqua and Eris are barely recognizable. Is that a problem? The third figure asked. Silence. No. The first figure admitted eventually. They're happier than they've ever been. More fulfilled. More complete. And the mortal realm is better for their presence. That too. The 3 figures watched as the family finished their dinner, as they dispersed to various activities, as Naruto Uzumaki stood on his roof and looked at the stars. What do we do with him? The second figure asked. Nothing, the third figure decided. He's not a threat. He's something else entirely. What? A possibility. A new way of being that we never considered. The third figure smiled, an expression rarely seen in the divine realm. Perhaps it's time we learned from the mortals instead of the other way around. The pool's surface rippled, and the vision faded. In the mortal realm, Naruto felt a presence watching him. He looked up at the sky, met eyes that existed beyond normal perception, and nodded once. An acknowledgement, an understanding, promise. Then the presence withdrew, and he was alone with his thoughts and the stars and the sound of his family's laughter drifting up from below. He smiled and went to join them. The legend of the Orange Hokage would continue for many years. But the man himself? He was exactly where he wanted to be. Home.